Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Dahl, Dale, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that are out there in the universe. So I hope that this video finds you well wherever you may be. Oh my God, this is the bright side. It's Saturday morning at 2:18 a.m. Joe and Robert, Scotty Boy, Barry, a bunch of you sitting out there, huh? Well, I'm just in time for a 20 mark. And I was sitting here, on and off this afternoon because it was just kind of it's been overcast and it's been mist and rain and but we're all bored off our asses up till 4. Um, Robert, I hope your new digs are doing well. But it says 2:16 a.m. Nah, is that right? On my clock's still doing unpacking. Yeah. Well, you better get your butt to bed if you got to work tomorrow. Now that wag my finger at you. I bet you are really tired. Oh, well, that's good. You're off tomorrow. So I'm sitting here 12:17. Yeah, I'm starting early, huh? Um Sitting here, just going through my subscriptions. Travis, it wouldn't let you chat. Oh, but it does now. Hey Joe, how are you? What? Oh man. I know about slipping on your back. I'm I'm still having I'm still having my lower back issues. I gotta say though that today there was about 2 hours. I don't know if it was because I just took my meds or what, but I could actually kind of walk around the house without too much pain. I was like, "Whoa, this is interesting." A new sensation. Yeah, I hope you're not really hurt. I know it hurt, but are you really hurt? God Almighty. But no, so I'm going through the news and what was it yesterday, the day before that I talked to y'all? I guess it was Wednesday. Yesterday's Thursday. Okay, yeah. So talking about lions and tigers and aliens. Oh my! And then yesterday and then today, there's been all this stuff about aliens. I was like, what? Because I it was sort of a premonition myself when I did that video the other day. I was like, at some point there's been this stuff about aliens, blah blah. But I didn't know that there was a bill in Congress that's supposed to make it mandatory for government agencies to divulge their information. You're fine, deal. Try walking around a house without pain. Make you pain free unless you step on a ball or two. I don't have that. Actually, Duggar's got toys over there on the floor, and I have tripped on them now. Are any of us really fine, Joe? Saturday live stream. I kept asking you to go live each day on comments. Guess it worked. Well, it is Saturday morning officially, because it's after 12 kind of thing. So, you know, but looking through the news and stuff and help I've fallen and I don't want to get up. I think I'll just lay here a while and just muse. Robert B., I know it's late, but the aliens haven, I know it's late, but haven't come to get me. They haven't come to get you, or they haven't come to get you yet. I've had some weird things happen to me over the years, but that, as far as I know, they have not taken me off. Now, there's been some times when I'd wake up in the middle of the night and just, where have I been? Just where have I been? I mean, sit up in the bed and go, where have I been? And wait a minute, no, where have I been? So I don't know if I have been snatched up in the past or not. You wish they'd come and help you move, yeah, and use some of that ooh and move it, but anyway, yeah, that'd be nice, right? ET is your Uber.
Hello. Yes, I'd like to get a pickup. Yeah, come pick me up. Yeah, and I want to go to well, I don't know. What do you suggest? I just want to go riding in your vehicle. Will it take? I don't want no passengers now. I don't want nobody that's throwed up in the back. Do you have one? Do you have a rental vehicle? Well, I'd like one with leather seats, please.
What was it, Farscape, that had Pilot that was the driver of Moya? They couldn't go anywhere without Pilot, kind of thing, because he was literally part of the ship. Well, that's also interesting in that, for a long time, sort of, it's been that some of these crazy stunts and things that they do that couldn't be done with human reflexes, meaning that these craft are being operated with their minds. Do they have rules like no farting in the car? Could you imagine being in space for like 6 months and you just got to cut one? You know what I mean? And everybody, they're all up there like the captain sitting in his chair, and there's Spock over there, and but you imagine sitting on the, on the deck, and they're all looking around and wondering, who cut that? I don't know. It's him. Man. It was the lizard guy. He was the one that was eating rotten eggs the other day. No, it was a Klingon. It's the Klingon. It's the Klingon. So everybody on anyway, laugh about that one for a minute. Hey, X giggles. Oh man, I just took a ride through space. The sherbet cake is good shit. Have no shame, it was me. Yeah, let me hack one up here and let me fart one. I know. I'll pull it over. I will pull this spaceship over if y'all don't behave. I'm in a crazy mood, y'all. No, but looking at the news, I was like, man, if I was a different person, like 6 or 7 years ago, or maybe less, time is slipping away into the future. Time keeps on slipping into the future. Anyway, I got to thinking about the damn song. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, hey, ET, are we there yet? Oh yeah, let's play Red. Hey, I'm gonna get out there and pull up to the light. Yeah, let me float out there in my spacesuit. That's a good one, Joe. I like that one.
I'll pull this thing over if y'all don't behave. You see that asteroid over there? I'll drop your ass off and just leave you.
you know, well, well, now, boy, hang down your head and cry. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. This time tomorrow, reckon where I'll be. Up on some planet Venus, having some nice old tea. Hang on your head. Oh God, I would be doing the pee-pee dance like all the time. I mean, because I can drive to town and get out of the truck and like almost pee my britches. And so it's like, I got to pee. I'm just going to have to wear one of them diaper things and just learn how to pee in it, which does not seem like a. But if I was in a space suit at some point, then I would have to. I'd have to pee in the suit. I wonder what that's like. I mean, it was like, ooh, wow, oh man. Hey guys, I gotta take a dump here. Oh dude, come on now. Hold still. I mean, sitting in the little capsule now, and they gotta take a dump. Where are they gonna go? Hey, Neil, Neil, hey, this is Buzz, man. I gotta take one. I gotta drop a loogie. I gotta pinch a loaf, man. And wait a minute now, move over a little bit. I ain't got no place. How hell we're in the damn lunar module. We'll move around. Don't poop on me. Well, I ain't gonna poop on you. I'm in my damn spacesuit. Can you imagine just having to sit next to the guy while you're pooping? What are you doing? Nothing. Now come on now, what you doing in that spacesuit? Nothing. You got awful quiet. I ain't doing nothing over here. Oh, good God Almighty, put your helmet on. Oh shit. Woo, that is some shit. Woo. And so where does that shit go if they're in the spacesuit? Do they have like a pocket somewhere where they can take a little bag out and go, man, this thing needs to go in the garbage? You know what I'm saying? Hoo-wee. And them poor folk out there in the space station now, they can put their butt on one of them things that's got a suction machine that'll suck your balls off. Or I don't know, women don't have balls, but I don't think. In this day and time, hell, women can have balls now, I think is the way they have arranged this. Hi, I'm a trans woman. Really? Uh-huh. Well, sit over there. Why? We gonna suck your ass to that toilet seat.
Wow! My dingleberries are coming off.
Hey, I think I just found my balls. Oh, goodness gracious. Could you imagine a shuttle running on a turd in orbit? No, or maybe not a turd, but several. Methane gas.
Come on, pipe it into the tank over there, Joe. Sit on the tank. You got to poo, right? But go ahead and poo, and then we're gonna take the gas that comes out your ass, and we're gonna add it to the tank. With methane. I mean, hell, it'll burn. We almost ran out of gas trying to land on the moon. We could have got off with a little bit of beans and some Fritos, That's why alien ships fly so fast for potty breaks. Hell yeah. Could you imagine they're like, hey,
let's stop right here. And they're all looking and, yeah, well, wait. That's true. But here's something, since we talk about aliens a little bit here, it'd be crazy, called ovary. Ovary? Hey, what's the brown spot on the window? Here's something, I grew up on the carnival, as a lot of you know, right? Used to run the Tilda World. And, I mean, the one ride I didn't run much was the octopus, because they had a guy that was the octopus guy, right? But around the Scrambler, and I ran the Tilda World. I just said that. The Rocco Plane, all kinds of different kiddie rides and stuff. But an ancient merry-go-round, and what else? But so anyway, so have been around things that go round and round and round, right? So, and for the longest time, and recently, like today, I saw a short clip video of a UFO over Brazil or something, right? And so I'm watching it, and it's the classic, mostly round. I mean, mostly round. It's round, but it's not the one with the big bubble on the top and bottom. It's a little bit more streamlined, But the lights are going around it, right? They're going around it like this, and it seems like it's spinning. Now, I want to know, as an alien, if you're sitting in there and you're like going around in circles, because the spaceship is going around in circles, right? So, or are you sitting in the middle and the spaceship's going around, and you kind of sort of like a merry-go-round? When I ran the merry-go-round, you could get on the inside of the merry-go-round to run it, turn the clutch on and off, and all that kind of thing. And the lights ran, up the center of the thing to a commentator, so that the lights stayed on all the way around the ride. But you were stationary on the inside of the merry-go-round. So my thought is that is these things that go around like that, is it like a merry-go-round, in that the spaceship is turning, if that's true? So graviton, that's a good one. That's a good one. So it's going around. Graviton is a really good, and the roundup also. The roundup would be a good that would be a good one. So as this thing increases in speed, you're really flattened to the outside, or like the operators on some of these rides, are you on the inside? I'm just curious, inquiring minds want to know, because you see these things spinning around. I go, aren't they fucking dizzy? Don't they get dizzy sitting in that thing going round and round and round? That would be more than fun. You know what I mean? I like the sleigh ride. Oh yeah, the oh the sleigh ride. I think I know what you're talking about. There was the one that we had that was down here in the South had another name. But yeah, that thing just woo. And then especially when they slowed it down and you ended up going backwards, and your stomach could come out the other side. We hung out by the zipper. Oh yeah, the zipper. I only rode that thing one time, and I said never again. They outlawed the zipper in several places. Well, see, Joe, that's my point. Is it just the outside, or is it, it, so if the outside is turning, what's keeping the rest of it from not turning? You know what I mean? So, with the merry-go-round, I'll just use it. Had a big center pole, and everything literally hung on this center pole, because there was nothing underneath, and the way the platforms were and everything. So it was very much, everything hung from the center pole. And so if the outside is moving and you're not, then maybe there's something in the middle, sort of like a gyroscope. Okay. So there's a center to the gyroscope, and then you spin the thing and it goes around and around, but the middle is just barely turning, or it could be stationary. So this thing is pivoting around a gyroscope, which kind of sort of would make sense. So there's a center pole down the middle of the UFO, and but you know, basically everything is rotating on that. So there's a big um a big bearing at the top and a big bearing at the bottom, and as the spaceship rotates around, you're sitting on a middle platform, you know. So but anyway, you know, why not? Hey Amber, how are you? Just imagine a gyroscope. Yeah, there you go. I wasn't reading, but you know, maybe I was listening. Frequencies. But so anyway, you know, I was like, huh? So with this stuff that they're talking about, that they know about, and technologies and things like that, I would just like to look in one of them sons of guns just to see what's going on. You know, how did you make that do that? You know, inquiring minds would like to know. At least this inquiring mind would like to know. Because I have pondered this situation for a long time. And where is the toilet in this thing? You know, and do you use paper, or do you use your hand? Or do you have a bidet? Do you even know what a bidet is? Wait a minute. You mean you've got a critter that sits by the toilet, and all you got to do is put it out there and he'll come up and lick you clean? You got an alien from someplace that licks your butt clean. Well, I guess that might be fun. Might could turn you on. You use tree seashells? Me neither. I never, you know, give me paper. No plastic, you know, no plastic. I know there are some people that's like, well, you got to have a bidet. Really? You got all this stuff spraying up on your ass? Well, then you got to wash it off. And nah. Demolition Man. Who remembers the three seashells? I don't. I guess I did. That one went over my head. Three seashells?
All right, everybody have a good bidet.
I mean, never mind.
Bidet, 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 bidet. That's all, folks. Have a bidet.
That's like everybody's talking about the new Godzilla movie. Godzilla. Yeah, look like Godzilla. So here's we're having, yes, the three seashells from Demolition Man. Oh, yeah. You know, because the Japanese can't say an L, it ends up being an R. Godzilla. Anyway, it's like, you know, what are you driving there? A cataract. A what? A cataract. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you had eye problems. No, I drive a cataract. That was the joke back in the day. So Demolition Man, huh? Three seashells. I'll have to see about that. If I don't know if I've seen the movie. I think so, in a drunken stupor, maybe, but so, but anyway, let's go to some of these topics for the day, for example. Just in, you know, Biden to be impeached. Well, they don't need to impeach him. They need to take him out of office. Somebody needs to grab him by one elbow on either side, and they need to go, "Come on, Joe." Um, but there are all kinds of folkses talking about how bad everything is. And I think we know how bad everything is. Do we need to be freaking reminded? It was Stallone and Snipes and Bullock, Demolition Man. Okay, it seems like I've seen him. I've seen him. Seen it. Stallone was what I was thinking of. But I don't remember the three seashells. I'll watch the movie over again just to see that. Find out what you mean. So I can laugh too. It must have been funny. But so some of the prognosticators, I think I talked about this the other night, but I will mention it now, 26 minutes in. For those folks that might, be tired at 30 minutes in. That the prognosticators are prognosticating that there's going to be, and I've heard this now from three different sources, prognosticators. And one just kind of popped up out of nowhere yesterday. And I was like, it was, early in the morning for me. They were doing a live stream early in the morning talking about some stuff. And I was like, wow, that was coincidental. But it was also about the topic of, how close we are for them to like devalue the dollar, and the BRICS is going heavy duty and stuff. And that, we're kind of sort of waiting on to see what these folks are going to do. Hard times are coming in. I'm getting a lot of requests for readings. Yeah, people are hard up right now with what's going on. Agreed, Amber. Agreed. And some of these folks are scared, you know? That's sort of why I'm, are you scared yet? For the title, because found a North Dakota quarter buffalo site up to date. And I ain't saying that it ain't gonna get tough. Don't, please do not misunderstand me with that. But what I'm saying is, I guess I have been through so many hard times of myself damn near, starving to death, eating out of garbage cans and stuff, that I'm like, I got food in the house. One thing that I would absolutely, before I get off on some other kind of subject, that it has been suggested that if you can take a couple of $100 out of the bank and keep and make sure you have some cash, because if they try to do something over the holidays, because January 1st starts a new year for a lot of folks, right? And their fiscal year and blah blah blah, because they're going to have to do their taxes in June, April, May, June, no, July, January, February, March, April. Anyway, but so, and it's not a bad idea to have some cash on hand anyway. But there are some, it's been coming in from a couple of different places, like, ooh, it's something going to happen over, December and maybe into January. Well, if it don't, you still got the money. So, but if you got if you got enough money to take some of it out and have the cash on hand, instead of having to rely on the using your card, do so. Do so. For your own sake, do so, and let's all keep our fingers crossed. I'm sitting on money in my chair, and so um, I just got my check, or should have. So when I go to town tomorrow, I will stop by and get some money out of the bank, just so I have cash on hand. I got plenty of money in the bank. My check should be deposited. So, but to have money on hand in case you can't use your card for whatever dumb reason might be out there. Buyer beware. So have some cash on hand. Don't know what they might be doing. There was talk last year they were going to make the switch over, and it's December of this year, and there seemed to be even some more hints that whatever they're up to, we're really close to it, and it's like, really? Okay, well, get some money out of the bank, and if you got any, and make sure you got your, if you need to make an investment in something late, then go get some canned goods that you like, um, and stock up on some non-perishables. Everybody's like, "We'll get a 10-pound bag of rice." Well, rice gets old. Get some noodles too. Get some lentils that you can soak and have, and get some canned meat. Buy some salmon. Because the oil that's in a can of salmon, you can also use the oil as a wick. Put a wick in it, and you can use it as an oil lamp. Plus it's high in protein, blah blah blah. So, but anyway, everybody's always talked about being prepared, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. Okay. I don't want to be putting out there that everybody should be scared, but of all the times that I and a bunch of other mac and cheese, powdered milk, canned milk works too. Evaporated milk holds up for a while. Just saying. Oh, the oil off of salmon. They also have chunk chicken in the cans about the size of the salmon cans. Okay. Salmon, tuna. I'm sorry, tuna. Well, salmon too, but tuna fish is what I was thinking of. Um, and they're like I don't know how much they cost now, but I got 15 cans of tuna stashed around here. That I've had probably for a couple of years, and there ain't nothing wrong with it. It's still tuna, and you can fry it up with a little bit of ketchup, or you can just eat it, or if you got a little bit of mayonnaise, then you can make some tuna fish salad. But to the point though, it's something. Yeah, 15 cans at least. Yeah. um it's sort of my backup. If I'm going camping or something, I can just grab a can of tuna and throw it in my pack, and use a knife to open it, blah, blah, blah. And if I'm going down on the river, I've got the oil. Duggar can get something a little lick on, but the salmon, tuna oil, but you can burn vegetable oil too. When you make tuna fish, I use 5 cans. It's like 3 sandwiches. Yeah. Well, in my old age, I use a lot less on my sandwiches than I used to do, you know. But to the point though, and that's one of the things that I've talked about this before. Um, people should learn how to cut their meals to one. A little bit of something in the morning, a little bit of something in the afternoon, or have your big meal at lunchtime, and then just have a little bit of something or some leftovers for supper time, so that you don't go to bed on a heavy stomach, because there's a lot of cultures that say that's not necessarily good for you. But one of the things, if we're in survival mode, you need to learn how to eat one meal a day, period. You can say, well, Hawkeye, that I don't think I could do that. Okay. But when you get into a week and your rations are going down, and You go, we're going to have to ration ourselves here, and we're going to have to, and then all of a sudden you're going to go, we're gonna have to cut down to 2 meals, and then you're gonna have to cut down to 1 meal, and then you're just have to gonna go, if it ever goes, you do, that's good, Chloe. Travis, you using Queepy in the tuna fish? Kewpie? What is that? Extra tangy Japanese mayo. Oh, no, I have not tried that. It's a Japanese mayo? Does it have like horseradish in it? Is it like the green stuff? But anyway, so they're talking about the dollar's already done for, and that it's just whatever they're going to flip the switch with. Now we don't know what these crazy sons of guns are going to do. We really don't. Wasabi, that's what I was thinking. Wasabi. See, and I like horseradish. So to take some mayo and throw a teaspoon of horseradish in it, and mix it up, that works for me because I like that on a ham sandwich, with some good cheese and some mayo with a goodly deal of horseradish on that sandwich, But anyway, yeah. When somebody turned me on to wasabi, they said, "Oh, you don't like hot stuff," and I was like, "No, not no. Peppers do not agree with my stomach." And so there was like, "Well, what's that?" And I go, "Oh, it's really hot." And I was like, "Really?" So I put some on whatever it was I was eating at the time, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's nothing more than horseradish and whatever. Is it hot? But oh yeah, man, give me some more." Japanese horseradish, yeah. So well, Joe, it's good to see you. Good to have a laugh with you. Protect yourself in whatever way that you can. Super expensive mayo. I think it's just extra egg yolk and vinegar. That's all mayo is. It is egg yolk and vinegar. Yep. I don't really like sushi. I've had it a couple of times, but uh, yeah, I'd rather have my fish lightly broiled, with some butter and some lemon juice maybe, um, or some Cajun seasoning on it, or or um, yeah, broiled. That's what I said, or lightly fried, you know, in some really really light vegetable oil. Olive oil is good, but maybe some sure enough sunflower oil, some really light oil. I've tried blackened fish, Travis, and I just, knowing some Cajun folks and they just like love it to death. And I'm just like, why would you fricking burn it? Because that's what it is. Blackened fish is burnt fish. That's what it is. No, uh, no, no. Lightly, no, 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 where it's nice and flaky and no, no, don't you dare burn my fish. Yeah, the first time somebody said blackened fish, and I was like, okay. And my brother did it one time. He like loves it. Well, you couldn't see in the kitchen. The whole damn kitchen in the trailer was just like, nothing but smoke. And he was like, "Yeah, this is how it goes," and blah, blah, blah. I know it is. But Scotty, it's how he cooked it. That it was like, man, I've had it some other ways. I'd rather have Now there's some really good Cajun seasoning out there, and sprinkle on it and put it in the broiler. I'm good with that. Anything black and anything I've ever eaten has been burnt. Me too. And maybe they didn't know how to do it, but I knew this. I knew this sure enough true Cajun, and his was pretty much burnt. But he loved to cook his fish a little extra crispy, and he loved eating the tails. The little small pieces of fish, and he butter. You fry them so crispy you can eat the bones and all. I'm like, okay, it's blanched. But so anyway, um, yeah, and I'm ready to go fishing too, but I still have not. Well, it was raining today, so I looked outside and said, I do not want to go out there and get wet, um, putting on the lights to the trailer for the boat. But it's going to be raining down here for the next 2 days, so it's like, well, okay, that Cajun black, and after I. So what was the other? Oh, it's amazing that through, I say, my different channels, I'm subscribed to like 700 different channels. Okay. So there's Sky News in Korea and this one and that one. And I've got some really obscure channels that I, have subscribed to. But the information that's coming out about UFOs from all different kinds of angles, I'm just, yesterday and today, I'm just really surprised. Just what? And then to find out the Congress has got a bill in there. Does anybody know why they voted George Santos from New York out of Congress? They did that today with a pretty good margin, like 2-1 kind of thing. I'll teach you how to fish. Come on down. Well, Barry, it depends on how big the trout are and how big them little bass will get. He was doing double dealing. So it was campaign finance kind of thing. Okay. I was like, I'd heard his name, but I couldn't follow. And then they didn't say anything about it, only that they was voting him out. So, but there's been some interesting things said, like was listening to, I love Senator Kennedy from Kentucky. That old Southern guy, man. He was interviewing, they were interviewing for some federal judges, right? And he was being very plain with his questions. And the people that were answering, responding, couldn't say yes or no. He'd say, now I'm going to ask this again, and I just want a yes or no. And they'd go, well, Mr. Kennedy, Senator, and off they'd go on a tangent. And he'd slow them down and say, no, I'm running out. Can I have another minute, Mr. Chairman? And but he gets right to the point, I'll tell you. Travis, there are some trout that will survive at the bottom of a cold lake. Like up in the Ozarks up there are trout in the lakes, and the lake water ain't running, but it's really cold, and they'll be down there deep. But you can get a big old ass trout, from out of the lakes. So yeah, they can only live in cold water. That's true. If it gets up above a certain degree, they don't like it. And one of the things that used to, ooh, it's almost 1. Oh, it is 1 o'clock, ain't it? Wait. My clock over here, I got to put a new battery in it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. So, but reading the news, there's, there's folks who were talking about how bad the chemtrails have been in the last couple of days. Now, I can't tell because of, overcast skies here, but, 2 days ago, oh my God, they were pouring it on and just really pouring it on. Hey, Steve, how are you? And so, but it was interesting that folks have like, they're sort of like in passing. They didn't put it in the title, but in conversation. Well, did you know that have you seen the chemtrails the last day or so? Man, they're really bad around here. Really? Okay. And then somebody else I was listening to, blah blah blah. And oh, by the way, the chemtrails have been really bad the last day or so. So it's like, So, but anyway, so they're trying to kill us still with with that. But there's some interesting information coming out of Europe, like Switzerland and oh golly, the Netherlands up yonder ish, and it's about how they're already being digital, and in some places you actually have to show your card to get in the store to buy anything. And then depending on your social score, that they will allow you to buy a loaf of bread, but not two. That it's they can your social standing could keep you from buying a steak. Whole Foods, she should have mommy school duty off tomorrow. Yeah, that's true. She's probably making breakfast for the kids if that's so. Now, um, I've heard it on 2 different channels, and it's whether that they are already starting to implement the basics. So whether or not AI kicks in and they implement it, which depending on the corporation, if you're going to Best Buy or something and they wanted to um, flip the switch that you had to have your little biometric or you had to use your thumb or whatever to get in. Well, okay. I'd go to a mom and pop store for sure, which is about what I do now. So how hard is it going to be on the smaller stores, like the little IGA store down over here that I've been buying from for the last 35 years? You know, um, how's that going to work? But they've all of a lot of times the things that they buy are local anyway, so they buy their beef not from some national chain. They buy it from a local South Georgia um, meat packing. And so where people go in and sell a cow and they'll get half of the cow and trade it out for the other half. So they don't have to pay for the cow to have it cut up for them. So the butcher gets the other half of the cow. Well, then that's how they make their money. Then they sell because they can't keep all these half cows kind of thing. So that's where they sell steaks and hamburger and everything from the other half of the cow that they get, right? A dark cave. Yep. So we do have caves around here, come to think of it. But anyway, we're getting too close to a 20 and I'm just in the mood. But so in reading through some of the high, hey, we were just talking about you, girl. A toilet that I am about to sit on. Yeah, we were talking about space poop earlier, you know. Um, yeah, see, I used to know several folks. I don't even know if some of these folks are alive. Okay. I'm honestly, I don't, because I'm 71 and, you know, I've had quite a few folks, you know, pass away my age around here. Um, but so yeah, there's Dunn Brothers up in Tifton. There's a place over in Pavo, which is not really that far from me, and it's a small town in South Georgia. There used to be a place in Thomasville, but I don't know of it. I'd have to do some double checking. But there's several processors, like deer processors and whatever. So if you want an animal killed, slaughtered, or cut up, there are places around here that do it, and they are FDA approved kind of thing. You know, they're not some they're not doing something up underneath a shade tree somewhere. Not that there's anything really bad with that if you're stripping down a deer, um, but that you know, and they do all the packing and they can make sausage and all that kind of thing. So you know, I'm lucky that I'm that I was smart back 45 years ago, because I've been on this property for 40 years, but for 45 years I've been here in South Georgia. So you know, I'm really glad that I decided to dig in here. I'm really glad that the blood, sweat, and tears that I have finished paying for this property and that I own it and that I've paid my taxes for this year. And I've applied for another homestead exemption that I turned all the paperwork in the other day. So, you know, and I pray for those folks who you're making sausage links right now. Wow. Put some syrup on them or some honey. You know, come to think of it, that would be something. I haven't had any sausage links in a while. That would be something that would, and maybe make some French toast. That, hmm. Well, we got to go to the store we have to go to the store tomorrow and get some more dog food for Duggar. And, um, ew, what, Travis? Oh, you're on the toilet. Yeah, I gotta put new batteries. Had to put new batteries in my clocks today. His birthday is 23rd, but we have to do his party now, or nobody is available. Happy birthday to whoever it is, to whomever it is. So you know, I'm listening to these prepper folks, um, and they're all like, hunker down, get your stuff now, and you better rush and get it if you haven't got it. And you know, it's really getting me. And I'm like, I don't want to sound like that, you know, but I do see a lot of the signs and listening to some of these folks who are really anxious. You know what I mean? Their anxious level is way up. So for me, you know, my spirit guides are telling me, you know, let's make sure that folks don't go too nuts, you know. What do you mean? Well, keep your stress level down, because if you get too hyper and too stressed, that's when people make mistakes. And so what we need to do is, whatever happens, if anything, is to just stay as calm as possible. Otherwise, we're going to get an ulcer. Otherwise, it's going to make our brain crazy. Otherwise, it's just going to just make our day bad, you know. And there's no sense in inviting trouble, right? So the best thing you can do, seriously, is to just take a deep breath. So I want to be I got to be the person who, in past, I'm like, I'm the camp counselor. And so I'm a swami. I'm a swami. Think of me, oh, how kind of swami, right? You know, um, and swami, swami no, or Nelly Swami, or the null and void, in the void, um, and avoid the void, avoid the noid. They might. I'm on top of the floor, upstream crap. But so anyway, in listening to the stress in some of these folks' voice, and it's just like, okay. Also, I will throw this in with the political stuff. You know, Biden's fixing to get, they're going to impeach him. They got rid of George Santos. So there are some folks that, they want to pass a bill that says they got to, start letting UFO stuff out. They're trying to do so. There are some changes absolutely in the works. Now, how is this going to affect us? We're just going to have to watch and see, right? Because trying to project it, I was sitting here earlier today and again going, just looking at stuff in the news, it being Friday and all, the war has started back on Gaza, and the polls around the world are more for the Palestinians than they are for Israel, and there's all this, and they went back to killing, they went back to killing, they went back to shilling, they went back to. So the folks that want to do that, you know, and so another report is like Jordan, or is it Iraq or Iran or somebody, has 10,000 troops, right, ready to stomp on Israel. What? No, they're ready to stomp on Israel. Okay. So maybe this idea, when this first started, I was like, okay, Robert, you be good. We'll see you tomorrow night. Be safe, my brother. So here are these folks over there that are really, they really hate each other, It's not a joke. It's not just a something. No, there are 10,000 of these folks that want to go. That's right, Travis. See you later, Bob. Robert. And that's just one country. And there, Jordan wants to do it, and Syria wants to do it, and it's like, good God Almighty. And for them poor folk, I mean, they're surrounded on all sides, and then there's the ocean, you know. So I don't know if I'd want to be there. It'd be like an island in the sand, and that is what we are. No one, how would we belong? Sail away with me to another shore, and we can rely on each other. Uh-uh. So listening to a couple of folks' several folks are talking about, if if the government um, if the government admits to aliens and technology, which is like, duh, if they've already showed pictures of a Navy plane trying to run one down or something, and they've all been talking about the incident with the Nimitz a few years ago. And so it's like, okay, um, so, but they officially have to bring information out. Now, how much are they going to bring out? Huh, we don't know, right? We don't know how much they have, but at least it's a push in the right direction. Y'all tell us what you're doing. You've been lying to us for long enough. So there is this underlying, how about that one? Underlying issue of people are tired of the lying on so many levels. And there are some of the congressmen and some of the senators that are actually like they're tired of it. You know, like Senator Kennedy. You know, he speaks his mind. He's polite about it, but he speaks his mind. And so he told that one lady today, he goes, you know, about you're not qualified. Well, I did this and I did that and such and such and such. And he said, Madam, and he was very polite. Did you do such and such? Yes, sir. Yes, Senator. And did you know that you had, yes, Senator, and you are a judge? And have you, oh, I know that's what it was. He said, are how many, there were 6 of them there and 6 candidates. And he said, how many of you are members of the Bar Association? Yeah, Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers. That's right. Islands in the Stream. I think that's but so 2 out of the 6 raised their hand. And so he asked this one female, I think she's a judge of a lower court. And she was like, well, I have all these credentials and I have worked. And he said, well, why aren't you a member of the Bar Association? And she said, well, the firm that I used to work for paid my dues. And so he looked at her and he said, do you not think it's worth paying dues to be a member of the Bar Association? And she said, well, as a judge, I really don't need the Bar Association to be a judge because I'm not a practicing attorney. I'm a judge. And he said, well, yeah. But she, you know, her answers were like, well, you know, well, why should I? And it was like, you want to be a federal judge sitting on a high court and you wouldn't consider being a member of the Bar Association? I mean, really? Does that, and to him, it was like, I can see what kind of lawyer you must have been if you depended on your law firm to take care of your dues, and that you would not think enough of the justice system to be a part of it, and to you know to be pay your dues as a member of the bar. It was interesting. Anyway, I was like, ooh. But out of the 6, only 2 raised their hand. So that was interesting. So he gets right to the nitty gritty. All federal judges are schooled in Reno. Refuse to pledge to the crown. Well, you know, that might have been a better answer than the one she gave, and she was kind of laughing about it, you know, and being kind of, you know, and the company paid for it, and he was like, really, you know, you don't feel that this is necessary, and you know, so and you want to be a federal judge on a high court that is like for life? Wait a minute, you know. So he said no. And I was like, good for you. You know, no, sorry. If you're just going to dismiss it like that, nope, sorry. So in other news, they're yep, I started early. I packed her up. So in other news, they're picking on Trump in ways that just should not be, and there that lady up in New York City, she has been, some of her rhetoric and some of the things that she has spoken through the bullhorn, and it, I swear, she's trying to incite a riot. And I wish somebody would take her down about 10 notches, because she has pushed racism more than she's more racist than she could ever explain that Donald Trump was, or any of us, or whatever. But when Deutsche Bank showed up and said, "We're sorry, but he paid the loan back. We didn't have a problem. He did not um, inflate his, real estate properties. And we were fine with the decision that we made. And why are you butting in? He paid the loans back, and da and so that pretty much, cinches, you know, what the hell they're trying to do to him. Yes, thank you, Scotty. You know, um, that might not do her a bit of good. You know what I mean? But in seeing some of the clips where she's using a bullhorn and she's, you know, hey, hey, ho, ho, you know, Trump has got to go to jail, send him. We got to, I mean, just the whole thing is just like, you know, I, I voted for him because I couldn't stand, Hillary. And I voted for him this last time because I knew what Biden was about. So folks are like, well, look, I was a diehard Democrat. Okay. And I couldn't be a Democrat now if I tried, because it's insanity what some of them demis are doing, right? And no, 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 no. And so, and one of the things that I was thinking about earlier, with RFK Jr. running, um, I think the campaign, for people who might be fed up with both sides of the coin, that we should vote for the other guy, which would be RFK Jr., because he's got a decent head on his shoulders. He's a little right wing and he's a little left wing, but he knows about vaccines and he knows about this, and he will listen to people. He Some people might call him wishy-washy, but I think that he's an intelligent man, and when you have enough information, sometimes you change your mind. Sometimes you just change your mind. It was like me and Trump. I wasn't going to vote for him. I didn't know who I was going to vote for, but I wasn't going to vote for him. I damn sure wasn't going to vote for Hillary. But then what changed my mind was I started listening to Trump myself, because the news was twisting everything that he said, just like they do now. And I was listening to The View, and, oh, Trump is of this, we should get rid of him. And then I started listening to his speeches, and I started listening to him, not sound bites of him, but him. And I was like, wait a minute. I don't see where this is so bad, really. And he's going to do what? And he's going to do that. Okay. Do I like everything? No. But I absolutely do not like what the Democrats have been doing and what Hillary would have done to us, and what Obama did to us, oh my God. So, but anyway, um, I say politics aside, but it's not. If I thought RFK would actually get enough votes, I'd vote for him. Not that I'm against the Republicans or against Donald Trump. That's not my point. But there's so many people who hate Donald Trump, and they don't hate RFK Jr. the same way. There's a lot of people don't like him. Well, he's just a, or whatever. Whoops, time for that 20. So, happy 20. So a lot of folks are just like, they're just not going to vote for Trump. Just not going to do it. And they might not vote for Biden, but they're not going to vote for Trump. They just don't like him. He's narcissistic. And yeah, I know that. But in a lot of ways, he got things done, And at least he could talk in straight sentences, and he knew which way, how to get off the stage, how to get on and off the stage without, much direction. But anyway, so, but I mean, if as this next year comes about, if enough of us are either way, if RFK doesn't have enough support and it looks like it's like, well, it's just really pathetic. Okay. And since the Democrats aren't going to, hire him on and get rid of Joe, because I might actually go back to being a Democrat if they got rid of Joe and Kamala and put RFK in there with a decent platform, it could swing the other way. But a split ticket 3 ways, because I remember Ross Perot. I remember George Bush, and I remember the Clintons, okay? And Bill narrowly squeaked by. So if RFK is going to be popular enough to split the ticket, then that means, Trump could lose simply because votes were siphoned off and dumbass could get reelected. How insane would that be? But that people are insane, Scotty boy. I don't think that some folks vote with their heart. I think some folks are just, maybe it is their heart. I think it's their attitude. Is their attitude their heart? I think it in their brain. They just gotta switch loose or something, and or something flips that switch, and they go, "Ah, this guy, God damn it, man, I'm gonna vote for and then that's it." You don't like it? No, I hate that son of a bitch, and I wouldn't vote for him for nothing. Yeah, but what about this? And he just sent us to war. And, I don't give a goddamn. I wouldn't vote for him for nothing. I'm voting for, yeah, but this guy's just as bad. I know he ain't. I wouldn't vote for him, but, okay. So there are them kind of folk out there that they're just bound and determined they ain't going to vote for either one of them. I would never vote for Biden. Okay. I'd never vote for Trump. Okay. And then there's somebody that I wouldn't vote for either one of them sons of bitches. Well, there's that too. Now calm down, Lester. You trying to tell me to calm down? Yeah. Oh. But so then they interject to sure enough, to me, would be a strong, with RFK Jr. Being a strong third candidate. That if enough people just said, man, shoot, hell no, Democrats, F you, and Biden just sucks, and we're going to piss off Trump, but we're all going to vote for RFK. This is going to be an interesting election. It, like I said, it reminds me back in the day when Bush and Ross Perot and the Clintons were all running together, So how this election turns out, people say, well, we've never seen it like this. That's not necessarily true. The last time it was Bush who they didn't like. And Clinton was like, well, he was the Democrat and and he talked like this from, being from Arkansas and all, and, Slick Willie. And so, but there were enough, Ross Perot took enough out of both of them. And I kind of wish I'd have voted for Ross Perot. I was like this close, and I was like, nah, man, I gotta, I've been to Arkansas and I thought it was cool that, Billy Boy was a Southern boy. And, yeah, that's right, Steve. Well, I voted mostly Democrat back in the day. But then that's when I didn't have enough time to research the candidates sometimes. Because as I look back over my voting here in South Georgia for the last 45 years, it's like, we didn't have the internet back then. And so if you didn't hear a stump speech or read, a pamphlet in the mail kind of thing, then you didn't, you had to make a decision off of some flyer or a TV commercial, right? So, and I always listened to both sides, but I was very much one-sided because I was a Democrat. I'd listen to both sides now. Well, but he's a Republican, so I was biased right away. Now I still listen, and there's still a little bit of Democrat in me, but I guess I, I guess I am mostly Republican now. I've gotten old and I'm 71 and now I turned into a fucking Republican. What happened to you, Dave? I stepped into some cow mess and turned into a Republican, But so, but how other people are going to vote in this coming up election. And there are some people who said, I'm not voting for any of them. I am not voting this time around. Now, that's going to affect some voting too. But some of these people that have claimed that they're not going to vote are Democrats. How about that? So there's some Democrats are going, nope, ain't doing it, Lights out, back, old Twacky must be on the move. It's foggy and raining here. Yeah, it's overcast and misty drizzling here, Travis. There ain't nothing howling though. It's quiet outside, especially for a Friday night. Me too, Steve. And also for the state, you're voting for a state senator, that's going to go represent, um, represent the state, in Hollywood, and um, so incidental news. I can't remember which channel it is because I'm like watching stuff, right? But in other news, that it came out here this week or yesterday or today or something anyway, this week, that there are federal sky marshals who have been following and observing some people who were on planes on January the 6th. And how they found out about it, this CIA agent was, it might have been a federal marshal, that he was looking on the list of people that were being watched by the sky marshals, and his wife was on it. And he was like, what? And because she had flown into DC, because he's a sky marshal, and because she had been on a flight that went to DC on January the 6th, she was on a watch list, along with a lot of other people who just flew into Washington that day, whether they went anywhere but other than just to the airport. So they found out that, come to find out, that they've been pulling marshals in from other places to follow these folks. So if I flew in there, on the 6th, and I just was, going, I was going to go to Jersey, and then it didn't matter. In fact, I think there was somebody that said that were in Jersey, or they didn't actually fly into DC. They flew into someplace anyway. But to the point, though, that that here they were on a watch list. So if I was to have bought a ticket, then somebody would be flying in the plane with me, or they'd watch me get on the plane and they'd watch me get off the plane. And it was like, what? So that they're following these people. Now, so now that all of the video is out with January the 6th, the idea that the United States government is spending money on sky marshals to follow people who flew into DC that day, whether they went to the Capitol or not. And the fact that if you look at the video, that these folks are lying to you about this insurrection bullshit, you know. But for somebody to have just flown into town and then to be charged and be on a watch list, this is just beyond stupidity. People who say, well, President Trump is being picked on. The American people are being picked on level that are just nuts. They're throwing this kid in jail for something that he said in a tweet about Hillary Clinton or something. They got that one guy that went to jail for January 6th because of something, 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 something. There was the Oath Keepers that they gave him because he was a member of the Oath Keepers, and wait a minute, now there's all this video out there of what really happened. The guards walking with the people and they're like waving and fist bumping. And how in the hell is that an insurrection? And people need to stand up for this shit. And the guy, the Speaker of the House, that opened it all up and let everybody see it, good for him. Now, hopefully, there will be some people who will be so pissed off about this after Christmas and about the first of the year that something actually gets done with some of these creeps. And the people who got thrown in jail, that they will let them out. And the government needs to pay them each $1 million for their heartache. Bob, the Grand Dragon of the KKK. To me, America lost its America. Yeah, but you know what? It's like you talk with people, down here, and we're all still Americans, We red, white, and blue, we're still Americans, and we might not agree with some of it, but we still Americans, and not like some of these crazy people that are, God, this transgender shit. Oh, absolutely. Not that you got to tell me your age, but if you weren't alive back during the 60s, when the race riots were really going on, and people were getting hung and murdered, and it was horrible. White people, black people, Martin Luther King, I mean, and Vietnam War, tear gas in the cities. I mean, it was horrible. We don't have that now. I mean, there were bombings outside the Democratic Party. RFK got killed, at a function in California, for running for president. Um, so it's not like that now. It might turn into that. Is it different now? Yeah, you bet. But there was a different feel back then too. And here's Tricky Dicky that was running for president in '68, and RFK gets murdered. MLK had been murdered just before that. And then, poor Hubert Humphrey gets put on the ticket because Johnson, had said that he wasn't going to run and didn't. But it was really rough. And I mean, there were folks in a lot of places who were really at each other's throats. And I mean, down here in the South, it was like, go beat that nigger up, go get him, boys. And off they'd go in a pickup truck and, they survive a beating. And, that's how it was. And so, but so now, they are intermarriages. There's some of these white boys that are trying, they play that, that they play that beat music so loud, and they got speakers just as much as the dudes in the hood, and most of the folks in the hood really ain't that bad. So I've known many folks in the hood over the years. Scotty boy, you 69? Really? Well, moving on up to the east side to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Oh, born in 69. Woo! I think I better leave that there. That was enough. So, the South has changed a lot. And so folks down here that remember the old days, and you just don't hear the same kind of discontent with folks down here. I can see it in the big cities. I can see it when, in some of them neighborhoods down around Ybor City down in Tampa, and some of the, in Macon, there are some sections, but by and large, the folks here in Georgia, folks treat each other pretty decent, like I've talked before. So Atlanta, they've got folks that are on crack and this and that, and they're gangsters up there, and it is what it is. But since they're making a lot of movies in Georgia now and up around Atlanta and different places, the tone in Georgia has changed. And so there are folks who've moved in that have brought with them sort of a California attitude, but not but but you got to be a Republican. You can't be stuffing ballots in Fulton County, you know. But there are several counties that were around Atlanta this last year or the last voting season. And um, there were a couple of places around Atlanta that were really blue, and the rest of the state was all red. Every county almost was red. A couple of counties around Macon, a couple over around Columbus, Georgia, where air where the um, 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 the airborne is, where they teach folks how to jump out of airplanes. I can't think of the name of the military base at the moment, but um, but you know, it was interesting in that there are so many folks. When I was, you know, talked with my niece up that lives up there, she was like, "Oh yeah, they're you know they're making movies all over the place, you know." And I was like, huh, "Really? Yeah." And so I started looking, and now this was 3 years ago now, but I've been noticing, and I just watched the Marvel um, Guardians of the Galaxy 3. And at the end of it, there's the Georgia peach, you know, made in Georgia. So the recent Marvels, rather than being done in Florida on Disney set or out in California, you know, in LA or someplace, it was filmed here in Georgia. So okie dokie, I'm glad I live here. I wished I was younger. I'd go try out for something, you know. Maybe I could be a zombie, you know. Cali gets a bad rep. There are so many beautiful souls here. Yeah, but it's the people who are running Cali, you know. It's not, you know, when I was only in Cali for a short time, but I thoroughly enjoyed, enjoyed, and I thoroughly enjoyed Northern California. Boy, that sounded weird. Um, but But from what I understand, you know, that part of California where we stayed for a couple of days is just it's just not the same. It's, you know, crackheads and fentanyl and folks is it's you know, when people degrade, it can make the town that they live in or community or village or whatever, it will degrade right along with the people. And so it's a shame. You know, there are some really good places, but you know, there are some communities. You know, there are communities up north and out west and down here in the south. There's some little towns over towards Waycross that's mostly swamp around there, and some of those little towns that were really thriving back in the day, you know, back in the 60s and early 70s, when the carnival that I traveled on, when we were going through there, and when I was went through there about a year or so ago, the there was one town, Homerville, that I would have thought would have just crumbled away in the dust, is thriving with blueberries and this and that. They got packing houses, and I mean, it's a thriving community in the swamp over there. And then there were a couple of other towns around Homerville that I thought had a better chance of survival, and they're just shut down. There might be one or two houses with a car or two, but they're basically, here are these thriving communities 20, 30 years ago, and there ain't nobody there. They don't even have you know, a grocery store or a gas station. And if it is, it's a mom and pop thing, and it's only opens certain time of the day, you know. But so there are some places that have just absolutely dried up, you know, And then there are other places that are just booming right along. So it just depends on what's around the town, like Homerville, for example. They took um, basically swampland, and it used to be big in turpentine. They pine trees all over the place, and back in the day, there were people who went out and scraped the trees, put pans on the trees, and went out and dipped that turpentine out. Yeah, hot, nasty work, and mostly black back in them days. But there was a lot of white country boys that wanted to earn extra money, and they worked right out there with the black folk, and going from tree to tree and pulling that sap out and putting it in a container, and also lumber, those pine trees. So they call them pine trees slash pines because you put slashes in them, and then you nail this little tin funnel like thing on the tree, and as the sap run down, it run down into a little catch basin. And well, in the summertime when it was hot, best is when you went around and you dumped them out. And hot work in the swamp down there. So, but anyway, so as they were cutting down trees, as they were apt to do, a lot of good planted pine and um, Georgia Forestry Division. So they were cut down trees, transplant. They would clear cut some areas and selective cut in others. I mean, well managed. But instead of doing trees, because it was hard to get in and out of the swamps, they found out instead of um, after they cut the trees down, instead of planting more pine trees, they went in and started planting blueberries. And they found out that within 2 or 3 years, where it would take 25 years to get a pine tree of decent size, you could be producing blueberries within 2 or 3 years. So they started taking what used to be pine trees, and now there are hundreds and hundreds of acres of blueberries out in the swamp over there near Waycross. A lot of blueberries around here now. Didn't used to be. Blueberries were something, if you wanted a blueberry, yeah, it had to be imported. Not anymore. Down near Valdosta, there's a specialty farm down there that's actually growing olives. They have olive trees. They make their own olive oil. So, if there are people who have decided from all over the place, there are people who have decided, if it can grow over there, maybe it can grow here, like the olive trees, and then some other things. And so people have been in the land that they have, they've been investing. Like there are several plots of land around here that have small groves of pecan trees. And I mean, they're 15 years old and they're just starting to produce fruit, you know. And there's one right down the road, and there's a few down over here, and there's a small grove down over there, and some of them are a lot younger, and some of them are a few years older than the other ones. So, and then we've got some groves around here that are really old trees. But, several years ago, some of these folks decided to take 5 acres and devote it because it's long term. There ain't much else you can do with it when you plant, trees like that. So, but in the long run now, but now after 15 years, they're going to start reaping the benefits of having, pecans on the ground if we have a decent season. So, but those folks that made those long-term investments, you see, my point is that now it's going to be coming in. But there are folks near here that have invested in the blueberries, and they had a pretty decent year last year. And some of my blueberries did pretty well, and then the wild blueberries just disappeared. But anyway, so with any luck in the spring, I want to try to buy some blueberry bushes and put them in. But and you got to invest in the future. You got to buy an apple tree or a fruit tree or this tree. You got to do something. If you just think about it or don't try, uh, plant a tree, right? Because in a couple of years, who knows, you might be, getting fruit off that tree that might help sustain you, or at least keep you healthy. Like my grapevine out here, I got to do some trimming, and but it had grapes on it that were just huge. I mean, they were this big around, big marbles and juicy. So, but I know there are folks who are living in cities and big neighborhoods and stuff like that, and I was talking with somebody the other day, and no, muscadines. It depends on a southern table, probably. They've got seeds in them, but and they're purple grapes, really thick skin. They call them bulluses or muscadine. Now they do have a a green muscadine, but these are purple and dark. Oh man, make good wine. Now I was not up to it this year to your grapes there are small. Oh no, these things are huge. And I had a tree over near the woods, and it used to be the vine with the grapes on it, and the vine has moved over to another line of trees, and but so I need to take care of them this next year better than I did. I couldn't get at them, and so I need to do some selective um, cutting. The vines have gotten into the tops of some boxwoods, and the boxwoods are too tall. And I need to trim the boxwoods back down to where they should be. And then the vines can still be on top of the boxwoods, but they'll only be eyeball high instead of over my head, 8 feet tall or taller in some places. But anyway, because they really, them vines really like it in there. So why not leave them? But they're too tall, and so are the boxwoods. The boxwoods are too gangly and should have been cut this year. And of course, I had an operation instead. So, um, but maybe this year, this fall and through the winter, I can cut some of these things and get them ready. Mine is sort of like that. It's really purple like Welch's grape juice. Yep. They're good, man. I'm just out there munching on them. I'd go out there in the yard and the trailer where I got all my camping gear and stuff. Um, it, the vine is on literally laying on top of it. So I've talked with some of my dear friends who are really worried about what's going on. The cryptocurrency and the market, the money, just the money thing, and how businesses are going, and what it's costing to. Now, thank goodness, his place is paid for, and he's in business for himself, and so there are certain things that he's already got in his favor. You know what I mean? So he doesn't have a big mortgage and a bunch of other stuff. He doesn't owe a lot of money. His vehicles are all paid for. And so, with that said, then he's pretty much set up. Now, what's going to happen in the future. Of course, he's worried with his wife and children's and everything and family. And, as I'm for some reason, I'm really not freaking worried. That's got me worried. I'm not worried. And maybe I should be. And I'm like, no, I've been hunkered down here for so long that I'm just like, okay. I remember the 80s when I almost, you know, um, um, starved to death, and there wasn't any water here, and we were bringing water in all different kinds of ways. I mean, we put plastic in the back of my pickup truck, and I went to a friend's house down the road, and we put water in the back of my pickup truck in the plastic like a swimming pool and drove it down the hill, and we lost a bunch because it sloshed, and took a big 2 inch hose and siphoned the water out of the back of my truck into the well up there. And we made a couple of trips like that. And so we could have water here on the property. I mean, I don't have that right now, thank goodness. Um, and I mean, there's just so much that has happened here in the last 40 years that it's just like, okay, it ain't nothing but a thing, you know. What'd you say? I am so not worried of anything life has to offer today. Oh, I see. I won. I won what? You won competitions on boogie boards? You have 4 water wells? Oh man. The only one that I'm dealing with right now is the one that I've dug. And I've so wanted to drill this well right back down here behind me, but I haven't had anybody to help me. And my back just hasn't been strong enough to drill a well, you know. And the other thing is that you need water in order to slosh out the sand and everything as you're drilling it. And I don't know if I have enough water to do that at the moment. I have enough to uh, maybe drill 10 feet, you know, and I don't know if 10 feet will get me where I need to go, but I'm already at 10 feet. So another 10 feet would make it 20 feet. So, maybe because 20 feet down where I'm at back there, supposedly I should break into this aquifer back here behind me, downhill from me. But so at the moment, but I do have 2,000 gallons of rainwater still, so I'm good with that, as far as I got water, and we're coming into the rainy season, and hopefully things will change back around, and my back will get better, and maybe I'll be able to drill, because if we get water back in the well again, then I can just about wash a well with enough water pressure. So your water well is at 160 feet. I'm trying to get to 25. My well up here on the hill's only 22 feet, hand dug. It's only 22 feet, and it has gotten really low, but it has never gone completely dry. There's always been some mud at the bottom, but it's never gone completely dry. And I had somebody witch it for me too, with the peach switch of all things, back before they, copper rods. But after she witched it, when I was first here and had dug it, it was only about 12 or 13 feet because I've had to keep digging over the years. And we had a rainy season one year, and it was about 15 foot, and everything was fine. And then it dried up, and then I said, well, fudge this, I know there's water here, so I had to keep drilling. I had to keep digging. Um, used to be 160 acres or more. Just had to add 40 feet last year, and I'm only at 22. It was like, wow. I had it explained to me years ago by an old, sure enough, well driller, right? Old timey well driller. And he was like, Dave, he says, you gotta witch a well before you go drilling. He said the earth, Mother Earth, is sort of like a body. And in Mother Earth, she's got veins. And these veins are just like veins in a person. And they're, you can take your hand and there aren't veins everywhere on your hand. So you got to feel the pulse with your finger, as I'm doing here, right? You got to feel the pulse with your finger to find out where those veins are. And then you can poke that vein. He said, well, the earth is just like that. And he said, folks that use a peach switch or a live oak switch or whatever, and they witch and find those veins, and that's where we drill. And he said, we just got done doing a man out here on the Dovern Road he was talking about. And he said, the man said, I want you to drill my well right here. And we looked at him, me and my boss man, and said, did anybody witch it? And he was like, what? And he said, man, has anybody witched for your well? And he was like, what you talking about, Willis? And he said, I want the well right here. And they was like, well, okie doke, but have you had anybody witch it? No. And they said, okay, well, you're paying for it. So, he had, whatever it was, like say he had contracted for 150 feet. And so they started drilling and went on down and they got to 150 feet and there wasn't even any mud. And the man was like, well, wait a minute now, use feet. And he said, yeah, I told you, you didn't witch for this well. And I gave you a price on 150 feet. We had 150 feet, but they ain't no water. Now, do you want us to keep drilling or what? And the man was like, well, I don't know. And what should we do? And he said, mister, he said, we know somebody that can witch for you. And we'll have them come out here in the morning. So they quit drilling and put their stuff up, but they left their truck there on the property. And the person came out the next morning and with a peach switch or whatever they used and walked around, and about 20 feet away from where they were drilling was where they said to drill. And the person walked over where they had already drilled and there was like nothing there, right? So sometimes you'll get a really strong pull where, you cut off a Y and you hold it in your hands like this, and with the Y like this, and as you walk, it will point down. And so And sometimes it'll just go down a little bit, and then and if it's and also it'll kind of tell you how deep if you've practiced this. But if there's a really good source below you, that peach limb or that oak limb or whatever you're using, a willow limb works too because it likes water, and it'll just point right down. So it's like drill here. Well, so 20 feet away or so, it wasn't that far, and it was like, but he said, I don't want my well over there. And the person who was there said, well, it's not very deep. I got a really good signal right here. So the guy that was drilling the well says we can keep drilling in the same hole where he's not getting any signal at all that there's any water down there at all, or where you're getting a really good signal, 30 feet over there, and we can drill there. So they pulled up what they was doing and moved over to where the dowser, that's basic, I should call it, dowsing. So they dowsed for that water well and went over there and drilled down, and at 75 feet they hit water. And they went on down another 25 feet, and water was just all over the place. And the guy was like, well, so he at 100 feet, they couldn't drain the water out. They put the pump on it and turned it on, and it just pumped and pumped and pumped and pumped and pumped. And they was like, dude, here you go. Well, what am I going to do with this hole over here covered in? So, but this idea that, you can just drill anywhere and get water is just not true. Now, you might get water if you might have to drill 1,000 feet, but if you got somebody who can douse for you and find out where to dig, then you're going to find water a whole lot easier. And you might find it, really shallow too. So I've learned a lot over the years about how to find water and the signs and where to dig because people are still amazed that it's like your well's only 22 feet. Yep. Well, it depends on where you're at, but see, Scotty boy, depending on where you are, there are big veins like the underground river, and then there are just little veins like capillaries and stuff. Like I'm not, trust me, I've been in the bottom of that well out there many a time. And in the clay, there's tiny little holes well, I say tiny, about the size of your finger, you know, and where the water just seeps out of the clay and into the hole. So you provide a reservoir, and the groundwater seeps in to the well. Now, depending on where you are, you can. That's a different kind of well than if you drill a deep well. So you're looking for an aquifer with a deep well. But in my case, the shallow well that I got is on a capillary, if you will. It's not on a main artery. It's a small vein, but it hasn't let me down all these years that I've been here. It's gotten mighty, we've gone through some mighty bad droughts, and there's always been mud at the bottom. We've been dry the end of this year, and it's a good thing I'm not using much water right now because I'd be on restrictions. I'm afraid to go look down in the well if you want to know the truth. I bet you it's low, and if it's really low, I'd love to get back down there and dig it out some more. It needs a good. The side walls have caved in over the years, and I need to get back down there and clean some of that out. But anyway, I digress. So, but one of the things that seems to be on the worry wart of things, and there has been some really strong, solar flares, CMEs, and that there are some folks about ready to pee their pants that we're going to have a Carrington event, like in the 1850s ish, or what it was back then, with all the telegraph wires and everything. And it ain't going to be the Russians. We're going to get hit by an EMP from the sun, and that folks are realizing that the I think I've told you, but Francis the Pope, uh, he is the Antichrist. Okay, so he made a statement here just the other day that the Pope says the Antichrist is here. I guess he must have seen him in the mirror, you know, when he looked in the mirror and he goes, "Holy shit, you're it," you know, because he is it. But the fact that he's like, "Ooh, the Antichrist is here," really? That's interesting. But there are other folks who are noticing what's going on with him. And so they are absolutely convinced that we are in Revelations. We are in the end times. And I agree. I would agree with that. Um, we are in the trials and tribulations. All of the Catholic prophecies have been fulfilled up to this point. The third secret of Fatima is being fulfilled. Um, and the bear has turned, what was it? Was turned to the east or something. Um, but the went back, meaning Russia went back to the Orthodox Church and allowed people to go to church again without being persecuted, which is a big deal, right, in Russia. And so they're more Christian than we are over there. But the thing about the seven hills and all, that's the Vatican. The Vatican's going to the Vatican's is just rotten, just to the core. And so the more the folks find out just how rotten the Vatican is, and there are a bunch of folks in the church that want this stuff to be opened up. It's sort of like the same thing with the UFOs here in the United States. We want people to stop keeping secrets from us. I'm sorry, but if somebody said, well, there might be a bombing again in somewhere, you might want to keep that to yourselves as you mobilize troops or something. But in the 70 years of lying to the people, oh, it is about a 20, ain't it? Yeah. Oh God, I've been at this 2 hours already. Um, so it ain't about Russia, because Russia is more on our side than we would believe. Maybe not with the politicians, but there's a lot of Americans that would probably get along with a lot of Russians. I'm just saying, we would probably find a lot of stuff in common. They're Russian farmers. They farm and they till the land, and they keep cows, they do wheat, they farm, you know, and there's something about farmers. There are people who work in factories, there are machinists, there are engineers. They're a lot like us. They just speak Russian. That's all. But in the grand scheme of things in the universe, Russians aren't our neighbors, but they are. You know, we can stop talking bad about them, just in general. And if anything, give them a little credit, because they're the ones with the rockets that are shooting up into orbit, you know? They're the ones with them big old sons of bitchin' rockets, man. But to ride that son of a bitch into the sky, whoa, what a ride that would be. I'm Russian and I still love you. I'm a redneck and I still love you. 20 to go. Oh, it is, right. Oh, that's right. My clock is slow. That's why you guys are ahead of me. But so, like we was talking earlier about, not feeling like Americans. But there are a lot of folks who, like down here, that they're Americans. My relatives up in Tennessee, they're Americans. My family up in Ohio, they're Americans, you know, and they have lived here, growed up here, they're Americans. They don't want to see anything bad happen or whatever. Um, they're Americans. So I think there's a lot of hype in that you see this small group of people, and then folks assume that everybody, like Antifa, right? Or whatever it was, BLM thingy, BLM thingy, right? So, there's a small group of folks that did not represent the whole, you know what I mean? So I know there are folks on campuses who are, you know, um, trying to stand up for Palestine and everything, but they're doing it wrong by, stand up for Palestine, but quit chanting, to the from the river to the sea, because that means you want ethnic cleansing. No, 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 no. We want peace. So let's stop there or start there, and end it there too. It ain't nothing about from the river to the sea. It's about, should the people in Gaza, Palestine, should they have a say so, and should things change? Yeah, but they voted Hamas in quite a few years ago. So this idea that, hang on. So if you voted a bunch of terrorists as a government, like we have in the United States, we're a bunch of terror. Our government is terrorist. Um, and they send people to war, and we blow up stuff in the name of other people, like, who's been supplying the bombs over there, or the weapons, or, where do they think they're getting these damn rockets from? So, like I was talking about, a year or so ago in the Ukraine, when they were trying to get rid of them cluster bomb thingies. Well, why? And should they be able to use them, and so forth, and whatever. And it's, and I mentioned then that, they were trying to get rid of old stock, that they were tired of, housing these bombs. So they're like, hey, let's get rid of some of these over there, and, we won't have to store them. Well, recently, like within the last month, I can't remember, somebody from the Arms Committee or something and another general, they were having a conversation, and it had to do with that our stores of rockets and ammunition and our own RPGs and stuff like that, um, that we're actually, our arsenal is really low because they've been selling them overseas. So we don't have the stockpile that we did. Now, I find that humorous because I had mentioned this back talking about the Ukraine war, about how they were trying to get rid of old stock so they could make some new. So apparently they haven't been able to put enough stock back. And so we as a nation are really low on bullets in different levels of of bulleting, rockets and whatever. And I don't know about bullets per se, but in certain rockets and stuff that, yeah, because we've given enough away. So what's the deal with that? So if somebody were to attack us, we'll have to get out our plastic swords and pretend that they're lightsabers. you know, hey, that'd be fun. Or maybe maybe they're going to use the TR-3Bs if we ever got attacked, and the laser weaponry that they've developed. So maybe we don't need rockets. They're going to use spears of God. You know, who knows? Yeah, Scotty boy, I'll read that. Just the thought of stockpiling death does not sit right with me. Yep. But at the same point, if you're back in the day, it's like, well, even for me, that when I was in Walmart recently, I bought 2 arrows and spent $10. 2 arrows to go with my bow and arrows. 2 arrows, $10. So, but if you want to protect yourself or go hunting or whatever, you got to have bullets, you got to have ammunition, you got to have arrows, you know. And it's like, I should have bought a bunch of arrows up a couple of years ago when I thought about it. But I never would have dreamed that a fucking arrow would be $5 a piece. And that wasn't the most expensive arrow. And that was without a tip. That's just the arrow. Hmm. So anyway, I do know how to make arrows out of wood. You can use wooden dowels. You can buy a 3-foot piece of a 3-foot section of wooden dowel of the right diameter and make your own arrows. But and for as much as these goes, goodness gracious me, holy mackerel! And the broadheads and the stuff on these arrows ain't cheap either. You can spend $20 on easy on 3 tips or $20 on 1 tip for 1 arrow. So by the time you have the arrow and the tip, you got $25 in the arrow. And if you lose it, you're like really pissed. 2 arrows and no bow. Oh, I've got 3 bows. There's no issue about the bows. And I've got other arrows here, but I couldn't believe it what the cost of arrows are. So I got some arrows that every so often, it was like once a month, I'd go through the sporting goods section and I'd buy 1 or 2 arrows and I'd see if they had something on sale. And I bought some broadheads that were out of season. They were like $9 and they were like $30 on sale for 9. And then I bought some other things and some knocks. And I bought a couple of feather kits that were on sale at the end of the season. And so I got a small stock of things for arrows for my bow. I've got two regular bows and a crossbow. Not a combat, a recurve bow. I had a compound bow. Duggar, quit that. He's over there just a licking. He'll have a wet spot on the bed. Don't have to lay in it. So, not that I hope that. Oh, good night, Steve. Good morning. not that I worry about anything like that, but too distant having conversation, for folks who want to prepare and with just a bow and arrow kind of thing. Now, if you've already got the bow, it's reusable, right? And arrows are too, if you can retrieve them. But to find out that it costs, with the broadhead and the arrow, it costs 25 or $30 for a fucking arrow. There's got to be another way. And since that issue, um, I got a couple of backup things that I probably should, have. How did here? Okay, the tent poles that with the stretchy cord for tents that you put it together and you add the next one and you slide it through the dome and well, those sections, depending on how the tent that you have, um, are almost long enough for arrows. And if you cut the rope out of them, you can tap on, depending on uh, the bigger the air, the bigger if it's a little tent, then the poles are going to be really small. The bigger the tent it is, then the bigger those fiberglass rods. Well, you can actually tap a broadhead, well, any kind of head actually, into the end of that fiberglass. And it's really easy to put a knock on the other end and um, and turn it into an arrow. So you can recycle. People have given me old tents over the years, and I've got a bunch of these, sections of of the tent pole thingies that you put together. And I have used them and have done experiments with them, and they damn work. It works. Now, what I've found out though is that most of them are a little too short. And so, for me, I really want to pull that draw back. And it's like I get back here and I can't really do a full draw, but I can pull it back far enough, you know. So it's like a friend of mine, we used to, be in the canoe together. I've talked about my friend Serge when we'd go through the swamps. I've got an arrow that's made for, shooting fish, right? So you don't want to pull way back if you're in a canoe or a boat. You pull back about 3/4 of the way because you're probably shooting in a close order, and so you pull back and whack, let it go. What should I know? I missed something about what's a huge kingdom. Well, I do remember the David and Goliath story, but never had no idea David turned out to be a major king. Oh yeah, King Solomon kind of thingy. Yeah. King David, yeah, a big deal. Yep. Was Solomon David's son, or was David Solomon's son? I can't remember, but there's a connection there. King Solomon, King David. I can't remember. Yeah, he's a major dude back in the day. Yep. A fishbow. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm really tempted. They've got these junior bows, compound bows, at Walmart. Well, I'm sure other places too, but Walmart's about the only place I can go around here for anything like this. That are like 30 pound instead of 50 pound or 45-pound bow, and they're a lot shorter and more compact. And um, I've been thinking about, they're about $35 for a kit with a couple of arrows, but they're short compared to my longbow that I have, my recurve. And so in wanting to go in my kayak or canoe, that having the longer the bow, the harder it is in the swamp to use it. So I'd really like to have a smaller bow that I could, of course it's not going to be quite as many pounds, but a 30-pound draw, and if you're just trying to shoot some fish, that's not bad. You're going to get there. But anyway, but a lot of folks don't have any of those things. And over the years, I'm collected a couple of arrows, and I bought some arrowheads, and I got 2 bows, and not counting the crossbow upstairs. And I've got fishing rods and gear, and not too far from here is the river, and I've got ways to get on the river. And if I have to camp down there, I can, to fish or catfish or whatever it is in order to survive. So, but a lot of folks don't have that. A lot of folks just don't have any of that, whether they had a river nearby or not. They wouldn't know how to fish it. They wouldn't know how to go there. And I've been up and down this river so many times around here, I know where to go or where not to go, as the case may be. And so it's like I'm going to have a better chance to survive just because of the river. There are going to be other people that going to want to get on the river, but a lot of them ain't going to go where I've been. They just ain't, because they have it in the past. And I've talked with people, and one guy's been, yeah, I've been up and down this river, all my life. And I said, okay, when you go north on Oclockney, I said, have you ever been up to where the bridge is? And he's like, what bridge? And I said, well, I don't mean this bridge up, but I said, about a mile or so, 2 miles up the river there's a bridge. No, there ain't. I said, yeah, then you ain't ever been up that far. But he's like, well, what you talking about? And I said, there is a bridge. It's a steel bridge, and it's not real high off the river. And the thing is that if the river is too high, you can't get past it. You have to get out and get up and go around it because you can't go under it. And if it's low enough, you can get under it. But if the river's up just a little bit too much, you ain't getting under that bridge. And he was like, well, I'd rather a steel bridge up there, and there ain't nothing up there. And I was like, I can show you on Google Earth because I found it. And I said, but so all these people who have claimed that they have been up this river so far and everything, none of them have ever been to the metal bridge. And I don't know how long it's been there, but and I've been up there many times, and took other people, so this idea that, there are those folks around here that swear up and down they've been all the way up there. Nah, they ain't never, no, sorry, because they can't, they don't know the terrain like I do, like, to the metal bridge. And it's a heavy duty steel bridge, let me tell you. And but somebody's got farmland on either side of the river there, and for whatever it is, they put this steel bridge in so they can get to their property, their farmland on either side of the river. Good for them. But unless you've been that far up the river, even folks who've been around here all their lives don't know it exists. How about that one? Well, I have been north of that bridge several times. So I've really been in a swamp. So, and there's several places around here where the bridge is that other people haven't gone, that me and Rob and his wife and a couple other people, a couple of years back, we put on the river up here at the bridge between, I have to cross the bridge going into Coolidge. It's really narrow and shallow, but there's some places in there. So there are folks that never been on that part of the river. And I've kayaked it a couple of times. So it's like, um, I know where to go. I've been there before because I'm crazy. So I have a better opportunity to go fishing or something. That I haven't seen any alligators there. Downstream there was. So get us a big alligator and have some alligator tail. But there's enough catfish and stuff, and probably fish for some crawdads to supplement. If the shit hit the fan that bad, an EMP, then I could get by. It'd be tough, but me and Duggar, we could go down in the swamp as long as there was, as long as we had gasoline to put in our vehicle to drive over there. It's not that far, but it's not like 30 miles. But if we can drive 10 miles, 5 miles there, 10 miles, 5 miles there and back, right? The arrows shattered though to get some better arrows. Oh, now that's a good thing too that I've got around here. I do have a real huge chunk of flint. I mean, it's a big ass rock. I've even got a piece of flint over there in the window, and I know where to get flint because the Flint River ain't far from here. you know, and there are Native American friends of mine who come to the Flint once a year just to collect flint. So yeah, and I need to have some more of this one. Never dry fire a bow. That's absolutely right. And it took. I had messed with bows for a long time, and I'd heard somebody say, "Well, you're not supposed to do that," and I was like, "Okay." And then later on, I guess when I got YouTube and I started doing checking and stuff and looking into archery more, because there was just some half-assed people that had a bow and we went out and shot it. So we'd pull, you go like this and let it go all the time. And then it was like, no, you're not supposed to do that. Ooh, okay. So, but a friend of mine that in the powwow circuit and stuff, he showed us how to make a bow, and how to dip it in water and how to hold it over the fire and how to bend it and how to get a good curve in it. Have that you can take builder's twine. People say, well, you need to, did you know that you can make a bowstring out of builder's twine? Because it's a lot like how they do them. So if you know how to make a loop on one end and how to twist them, then you can make your own bowstring. So I got plenty of builder's twine, and not counting the two bows that I have, but I've made a bowstring and it worked just fine. So, you have to learn how to be industrious. You have to be able to use what you have got around. Now, I've got all kinds of junk around my house, but I mean, something like builder's twine. If you got one big roll of that builder's twine, you can double it and triple it and make a freaking rope out of it, you know. And if you get the right size twine, like they've got a smaller one and then you got a little thicker one, get the thicker one. And because you never know, but for tying down tents and tarps and you can use that twine if depending on where you're at, you know, to lash, limbs and things together to build you a shelter. I mean, that you can, do trout lines and fishing. I mean, one roll of twine can do so much in an emergency situation. So, you know, roll of twine, you know. I'm sitting here as I'm talking about this. I need to do a little layout sometime, I reckon, and show folks is like, these are the things that if you really, to prep, and there are common things that you can have around the house. Did you know that, these items in a tricky situation, um, them Texans are crazy. Yeah, I heard about some of them Texans. But, so many people don't realize what some of the common things. It's sort of like MacGyver. If you've ever watched MacGyver, now there's a new MacGyver, and they pulled some trick watching an episode a couple of weeks ago. And I was like, man, I remember watching the old MacGyver, wonder what this guy's about. And they pulled up some kind of bonehead thing and using a something something, and I was like, oh no, 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 no. It was pretty good, but there was this whatever this one thing was, and it was making a battery with a penny or some shit, and I was like, no, no. And he had coiled up where did they had coiled up this piece of copper wire, and they were, in a place where they didn't have many things. And I was like, so where'd you get the copper wire to make this and put around a battery? And no, 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 no. And it was like, and they did it, and like all of a sudden they have this coil around the battery. Boom. And I was like, anyway. So, but some of the simplest things, uh, you know, can really, get you through a tight. But so anyway, I guess I know too much of just using simple things to get by as a pioneer down here, that other folks just wouldn't be able to. That they would have things around them, but they wouldn't know how to use them. You know, it'd be like, oh, did you? Well, I got some twine. Really? Okay. Well, did you ever think to use it for this? No. Do you have any plastic? No. Well, did you know a piece of plastic, if you're freezing to death, did you know that if you wrapped yourself in a piece of plastic, that it's going to hold your body heat in? What? Do you have any old newspaper? Yeah. Why? Did you know that if you stuffed your clothes, watered up a newspaper and stuffed your clothes with newspaper and made yourself look like an igloo, the Michelin man, that newspaper would keep you warm? Well, no, I didn't. Well, what did you know about this? No. Did you know about that? No. Um, but do you know that well, so back in the day, that hobos, you know, now they call them homeless. But back in the day, hobos, a real hobo that traveled on trains and moved and, was a lot like migrant worker, because down in Tampa and down there where they come down, there was a lot of orange groves back in the day. You have stories of what? Oh, murder. Are you talking about the um MacGyver? Yeah, I think. But anyway, so um there are practical things that folks just wouldn't know how to use them. Oh, hobos stuffing themselves with newspaper. Yep. But I mean, and it didn't get that cold down in Tampa, but I mean, it was like, did you know how to do this? No. And if you wrap yourself in plastic, it's like one of the things that a that'll keep you warm is a rain suit. A good rain suit, one of them rubber rain suits, with the pants and the jacket. Um, if a heavy duty one of those that made a good rubber, you wrap it up in one of those with some newspaper and you're going to stay mighty warm. But there are people who just, but they'll freeze to death before they try something like that, I guess. um but yeah, you can wrap yourself. And now I've had excellent results when I was on the river at that time with the water wisps and the ferries, using those emergency blankets. They work really well. It was in the 40s and I was sitting in my kayak on the river and it got chilly at 4 in the morning. And had two of them and I wrapped one around one side of me and one around the other side of me so I could paddle. But I got nice and toasty warm. So, and it sure, took the chill off. So, um, we don't have snow down here. So I don't have but one or two snow stories where we got stuck in the snow and it was cold and but to the point though of being able to, stay warm, there's some simple things. Depending on where you're at, you can take grass. Oh, and speaking of stuff in your clothes with cattails, the tops of cattails, you pull it off and fluff it up, and that's what the old timers and the pioneers used for stuffing in clothes and quilts and things went before cotton, and uh, and also you can eat the roots too if you boil them up like taters. So, but anyway, that's just one thing. With winter here, there's so many different things that there are people who get caught out in the elements. You know, I worked for 20 years in Cali. He left Tennessee barefoot, hitchhiked to California back in the 50s, early 60s. Yep. Tenderfeet. I didn't know about the stem. I didn't know about the stem, but um, I'm glad I bought up a bunch of emergency blankets. Like I said, once a month I'd go through Walmart. I haven't been in Walmart in a while until recently. But back in the day, I'd go through Walmart and I'd get an emergency blanket. I'd buy an arrow or two. I'd check on, and so I've accumulated things over a period of time until I quit going to Walmart. And so when I was in Walmart here recently, I was like, I went back to my old habit of let me get a couple of arrows um, and the emergency blankets were like $1. Now they're like $3, three and a quarter. It's like, okay. So, but they're still well worth it. And um, as I think about it, I need to sort of round up and find what I've got because I've got some stuck over here and I got one stuck over there. And I need to kind of round them up and see just how many I got because it wouldn't hurt to, Um, for me, that like to go in the swamp or whatever and fishing in the backyard or something, and knowing what I know, to have 10 of them wouldn't be, you know, to me would be a good investment to have 10 of them. Because if somebody came over, we went camping stuff or something, and that I would have extra. So and I don't know if I have 10. I used to. But so I need to do a little survey of my own gear and find out what I got, what I got, and where it is. I might have 10 of them sitting in a thing out there in the trailer. But for other folks, you know, I've had nightmares, literally. I don't know how many of you have been around long enough for me when I told you about the dreams that I had with the four horsemen. Actually, it was the five horsemen, and the story was braves on horse on on horseback, and there was one for each, cardinal point, north, south, east, and west, and then there was the Indian that was on the pure black horse, and I was there, and he showed me that look to the east and look to the west, and everywhere that I looked, and it zoomed off into the distance, and then the distance, uh, the distance came really close, and two of the four things that I saw in the distance have come true. And here recently, I think number three is like it's working on the third thing. Yeah, that goddamn frog. I just bought a box of cross bolts. Oh, yeah? Great time, Froggy. Yeah, can you eat frog legs? Can you do the Cajun thing? Frog, just bet you shit yourself. Oh, I picked a good one then. Anything that comes in, if I get an email or something or a notice that, I picked the frog, that's my as the noise, right? Instead of some kind of no, ribbit, ribbit. I live in the swamp. What the what the fudge, right? So I guess, like for me, to I'm still sticking with the basic theme of what's in the title. Are we scared yet? And I guess my answer is no for me. I'm going to go to the ATM tomorrow and pay a small fee and get some money out because I don't want. I'm. It's the early part of the month, and if I don't make it to Moultrie within the next week, and something happens, then I still want to have some money in my pocket. So now my check's in, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw some money at the local ATM. And then when I go to town, I'll go by the bank and maybe withdraw some more. So I'll get to see what my balance is. But, since I've already paid my taxes and since I had monies left over from saving up to pay my taxes, I'm paid ahead. So what I may have had to pay out of this month's check for taxes or whatever, I'm good to go. So I'm not free and clear. I'm just not obligated um, to have to pay a bill. Not one of those anyway. I'm ahead of the game. I still got hospital bills to pay. Don't get me wrong. I am not out of the woods by a long shot. I got probably at least $1,500 I gotta pay here um, coming up. Figure out how I'm going to do that. But I have been doing better with my cigarettes. I made it a day and a half on 5 cigarettes. That's good, eh? Um, where was I headed? Oh, being terrified. You know, watching some of these channels and listening to some of these folks, you know, Armageddon is here and, you know, and the Antichrist. And I guess, you know, I was talking with my friend the other day and I said, you know, I did a video years ago about the Pope being the Antichrist. And I said, you have to be a Catholic to understand that to the Catholics, the Pope is Christ on earth. He is the vicar. He is the dude. He is Christ on earth. And so it's like, you know, and he goes, no, the Pope is the prophet. And I was like, no, there's somebody else who's the prophet who fit, you know, he's trying to get all the characters right in Revelations. And he goes, well, it can't be the end of Revelations because Solomon's temple hasn't been rebuilt. And I said, so, okay, what if not everything comes true for Revelations? Well, we know who the Pope is and who he's pretending to be. We can see him destroying the Catholic Church, which was the Catholic prophecies have been fulfilled. All of these other criteria have been fulfilled. So, what if the temple isn't rebuilt? Does it make everything else null and void? Well, we've got 90% of what's going on in Revelations, but we don't have the temple. So, you know, well, there's wars and rumors of war and, you know, and, you know, things in diverse places and all that's going on. We've got all kinds of racism and this and thatism and, you know, um, um, but Solomon's temple isn't built. Okay. Oh, Travis, it's good to see you around, hanging around. It's always good to hang out with you. So keep the faith, brother, and be safe. Stay well. Some things are metaphoric. What's 202? Yeah, sleep well and be safe. So if you know, if we really are in the end times, which I really do believe, because I'm like I've been talking about this for years. So it seems like for me, there are some people who are just starting to catch up with what I've been talking about for a while. And I have talked about it and try not to drag it on, you know, in the Bible, metaphoric. Yeah. Well, that's what I was just going to get to, Chloe. What if, what if to them meaning whoever them are, right? What if Solomon's temple was built some other place? Well, it's supposed to be rebuilt on the same grounds and everything. Yeah, but what if they decided that, you know what, whoever them are, you know, that we're going to recreate it or we're going to build some other thing someplace else and it's going to be our Solomon's temple. It could be like Trump Tower or something. Not that that's what I mean, but it could be something in Vegas. Does it, you know, maybe they built Solomon's temple and it doesn't look like the old temple of the old days. This temple is something else, you know, and it's already built. and they just didn't tell anybody, but that's their version of Solomon's temple. Because so many, that's the only thing when I was going through Revelations a lot, that was the only thing that didn't fit for me. But all these other things were like, there's that, there's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. They've been wanting to rebuild a temple. They've been wanting to do some stuff in Jerusalem. But what if Solomon's temple, maybe it is metaphoric, Chloe, but that maybe they've already built something, you know, and they know they're using it as Solomon's temple, but they ain't telling nobody, you know. You gave up. I'm no preacher. It was not my job. I speak. I suggest what you make is up to you. Yep. Well, for me, my you know, when Mother Mary, I've had my encounters with her, you know, and I literally had a job description that I had to do, and I had to do a bunch of research into into the Fatima thing and the third um, secret, and I did a boy did I do a big rabbit hole dive on that one and learned a lot, and then recently, just this last week or so, I have seen another video that somebody has done and corroborating, the this and the that. And I'm like, and all of a sudden it just popped up on my screen, of all the little subjects that could pop up. Here's this thing within the last 2 weeks, the thing about Fatima. And I was like, oh, looky there. Hmm. Here's somebody else in this video that wasn't just about Fatima, but they brought up the Catholic charity. They brought up the Catholic prophecies and said that agreed with me that this was the last pope, and and I was like, cool beans. So stuff I've been talking about for quite a few years now has been corroborated by some other folks and theologians. Ta-da! So I have been right on the mark with that, and I kind of feel proud about that because my deductions and research and so forth, and now other folks are going, guess what? So, okie doke. So, but if we are in the end times of the Bible, because them folk have to play the play out. They have to see the fruition of what they started 2,000 years ago. They've got everything is right in alignment with the lies and the preaching and the prophecies and all this stuff, and it's all working out up to a point. And so, but they have to see it through because they started it, and that's how they are. Well, it's got to be this way, and here we are at the millennium and the changes and the Kali Yuga and all these other things that are going on right now. We're also at the end of the Catholic thing, and we're also at this, and we're also at that. So, did they plan this, or did it just work out that way? And why in the hell am I here? you know, why in the hell am I here? Well, to have this conversation with anybody who will listen. So, also, it came upon me yesterday. I said, we, the members of the League of Like Minded Beings, need to stick together because one of the things that my friends above keep, you know, um, calling down to me is we got to stay calm whatever they throw at us. The Ark of the Covenant is supposed to be found and put in the temple also. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, The Ark of the Covenant is supposed to be in Ethiopia. Did you know that, Barry? There are some folks over there that are supposedly keeping an eye on that thing for a long time. Who said it has to get worse before it gets better? Well, to some folks, it can't get any worse right now. To them, it can't get any worse. And I'm like, there's no tear gas in the streets. I think we're okay for the moment. Yes, is it weird and stuff and all that? Yeah, but it is not like it was in the 60s. Not at all. I mean, the KKK ain't riding through town and they're not, no, it is not the same, you know. Do we have some crazy people? Yeah, but it is not the same. We let these some bitches in across the border, and some of them folks are crazy. And if they're going to act crazy, we just need to be crazy back. That's all. It's legal to carry a gun in the state of Georgia. There you go. So okie dokie. you know. And I'm not trying to advocate for violence, but if somebody's going to be violent towards me and I don't really have a choice, it's them. I'm going to do my best to take them down first. That's all there is to it. Not trying to be mean, not trying to brag. And you might get me first, but I'm going to do my best to take you down first, take them down first. So, self-protection, but with folks around here, I don't think I would have to worry. I think it would, if the end of the world situation, I think that neighbors around here would help neighbors because we live here and we might not know each other, but because if the shit hit the fan, because we do live here. Oh, you live down over there? Yeah, well, my place is wrong. Oh, yeah, well, it's good to finally meet you. And so rather than warring with somebody, I think we of us down here in the South would probably pitch together. As I was talking with my buddy, and he was like, we have a lot of chicken farms around here, a bunch of them, like by the millions of chickens do they every year, right? So if the shit hit the fan, we'd have 1 million chickens to eat. Because they could, if the transportation was shut down, what are they going to do with them all? They'd have to turn a lot of them loose if they would even get loose. The crazy chickens that I saw that I had a couple of years ago, um, the chickens wouldn't move. You could kick them and move them, and they wouldn't move because they were used to just sitting in one place all the time. But the thing is that, if the shit hit the fan, depending on how much feed they have, they wouldn't have enough feed to feed the chickens because they would need to sell the chickens, get rid of them, buy more feed. I mean, it's a continuing process. And if the process was mucked up in any way, well, then they're going to have a bunch of chickens that they can't feed. And so I'm sure we could barter. You know what I mean? And I mean, there are, down the road going to my buddy's house is 1, 2, 7 chicken houses on just this one corner. And if I go down this way, uh, 2 miles, there is another farm that's got that many. If I go into Meg's about 4 miles down the road this way, there is another humongous, farm, that chicken farm that sits on Lost Creek. So there are, 500,000 birds literally right within those 3 or 4, and there are more than that. So if the crap ever hits the fan around here, there's going to be buku chickens, you know, buku chickens. So don't think we'd go hungry. We'd figure it out, you know. I'll go over and shovel shit or something, you know, to, well, work for a chicken. What do you need? You need something done on the farm? All right. Well, how many chickens do I get out of this? And between me and Duggar, we can keep ahead. You know what I mean? Well, that's one of the things, Scotty boy, that it was like, why have some of my friends passed away before me? And the message that I keep getting is because you got to be the old geezer that in case apparently we're still supposed to have a catastrophe. And they keep telling me over and over again, Hawkeye, you're here to show people how to get by. You're here to show people some simple things there are going to be people who are going to want to give up so easy on stuff. And if they want to live, they're going to have to knuckle down and get their hands dirty. They're going to have to get muddy. They're going to have to get cold. They're going to have to eat one meal a day and be happy. They're going to, so I still hope that day does not come. But to fulfill the Bible, there has to be another catastrophe. Something's got to come. Now, whether or not the bad guys do it on purpose, like they set Maui on fire and California on fire and Canada on fire and other places on fire, they're absolutely, creating issues. And having a conversation with my buddy the other day. Oh, we're coming up on another 20, ain't we? I wonder if there's anything in here. Yeah. I said, back when the California fires were going on a couple of years ago, right? That got really bad. There was a scene from a helicopter that they were shooting this neighborhood. I don't know if I've mentioned this to y'all ever before, but so here's a newsman in the helicopter, and here's this beautiful 2-story, probably 2,200 square foot house with a garage and everything, nice neighborhood. And right in the middle of this big section of roof is a fire. Now, shingles are rated fireproof, right? And it looked like someone had a magnifying glass and was pointing at this on the roof of this house, because nothing else around it was burning. But this one shingle in the middle of all of this roof, there wasn't any debris, there wasn't anything, but it looked something was trying to set that house on fire, because shingles don't burn. They're fire rated. I'm repeating myself. But so and who had the magnifying glass? But something was going on, and you can I have, well, Dave, it was because of the heat of the fire in the neighborhood. The shingle was in the middle of this roof. The outside edges of the roof should have caught. There should have been debris. But shingles are rated not to burn. Apparently, yeah. Oh, and apparently it's another 20. It's been 3 hours and I wasn't going to do this. But so, here, so what is coming out most definitely now, and with all this other stuff, with the UFO stuff and this and that and the other thing, there's a lot of stuff going on. Now, we are also coming up on the winter solstice in on 20 something days, right? Because it's here in December. So there are folks who like to use that time for magical things, we'll say. Okay. Yeah, 20 to go. Occult type of things. And so hopefully, they don't have anything bad planned. But these folk, you know, they like to play these games and follow certain stuff and like a Halloween or a blah blah blah, their dates and things. And but the winter solstice that's coming up has been important into a lot of religions and the a bunch of folks, who made like Stonehenge and who made henges, and I can't think of them. They're these like little stone huts. They're two rocks with another on top of it. Um, but over in England, they found them here in the Americas, and so the winter solstice, pointing down certain places and stuff. It's a big deal. All right. It's the end of the year, meaning it's the end of a cycle, not necessarily the calendar year, but it's almost the same. So it's the end of the calendar year on January, the December 31st. What is the solstice on the 20th, 21st, something like that? So but anyway, we need to watch out for what these folks might do. All right. And it being winter and things, and, they like to cause harm. And so, what better way to like hurt a bunch of people than to manipulate the weather and make it really, 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 really cold, then wipe out the electricity for a week and see how many die in the process, stuff like that. But I wouldn't. I sort of expect them to try something, and so do some other people. And I don't know what they got up their sleeve, but you just can't trust them. And and with all this other stuff going on, they're going. They are still trying to push the jab. I would not if I were you. Because there is a bunch of stuff. Dr. John Campbell on YouTube, he and a bunch of his colleagues discuss the ramifications, the amount of people who have died, the people who have contacted other types of illnesses because they had to. And there are folks who are already being proud because they've got their booster shot for this year. There have been talks about nanoparticles inside, and that all they got to do is flip a switch and people will start acting weird. And there are already some folks that are acting weird. So there's a lot of weirdness going on. So I'm glad that, I have stuck to my guns. I don't know where y'all stand, but um, I would just suggest that, without AI listening to me, that you reconsider, you know, before you do, if you do. So, but good luck if you do. Thank you, Scotty. There you go. I'll take a booster seat before I take a booster shot. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And I want a cushioned booster seat, by the way. I don't want one of them hard plastic sons of bitches. No, no, no. Me and my dinky ass at 71. No, I want a cushion, you know. But so my angel, folks, is, I'll just stick with that. The they keep saying, to hang on. Make sure you got some basic essentials. Make sure that you got your head right. Well, what if the electricity goes off for a few days? Do you have enough supplies? And it's winter time. Do you have it? Can you get warm? If you can't, do you have any plastic? Can you get some, collect some newspapers? I mean, if things are so dire, can you do something though versus just, you know, I saw a video the other day, and somebody was, all bundled up, and they were talking about their heater, and it was so cold and so forth, and I was like, the person was in a big kitchen, and there was a kitchen and a dining room. It was in a big room. And I was like, if you're that freaking cold, go in the bedroom and shut the door. you know, go into a smaller room. Don't go into my house is open all the way up in here, so that there is no room I can get into. I can move close to the heater, but nah, it's all open here. But so her kitchen and dining room and everything was all open, and she's sitting there freezing to death. And I was like, I'm sure she's got bedrooms, so go in the bedroom, shut the door, put the heater in there, and I'm sure you'll get much warmer because you're not trying to heat the whole freaking house. So, but there are times, I went through one winter one time when it snowed. It was in the 20s all the time, and for down here in South Georgia, that 20 degrees is cold. For folks just north of here, not so much. But down here, 20 degrees. I stayed down here in the south to not have to worry about 20-degree weather. But um, and like the damn froze to death, and used a Coleman stove with bricks on it as my heat source in a bedroom. And still, the bedroom was still too big. I should have been in a closet. But made it through the winter. It was like living outside. There was snow on the ground for a week to 10 days. It ruined crops at the time. It was horrible. And it was in March. So, but that whole winter though, I lived in one room. And my heat source was and that was the old gas stove back then, where you had to pump it up and put gas in it. It wasn't the propane kind of Coleman stove. That was back before they had too many of them ones. But yeah, blankets. Yep. Also, I have learned since then, because that's been many moons ago. It was before I bought. It was the winter I got out of jail. The year I got out of jail that winter, and it hasn't been that cold since. Been pretty damn chilly, but not as cold as that. But then a couple of years later, then is when I bought this piece of property, and I've been here on this property for 40 years. So that's been 45 years ago, and we had that really cold spell in March. But I remember it like it was last year, kind of thing. Um, but freezing to death. There've been too many instances where I was, you know, uh, out in the cold, or the house was cold, or the situation was cold. When I lived in the log cabin that burned down, it was big and drafty, and ran out of wood one year, and I got hurt, and it was just horrendous. You know, we made it, but like to froze to death still. You know, um, so I've been very, very, very cold. Freezing underneath covers, and just please Jesus, let me make it till morning when the sun comes up. You know what I mean? and have been outside, have been stranded, car broke down, and like like to froze to death with only a jacket and a pair of gloves. And thank God that uh, guy came by and that bobtail. He was bobtailing uh, mobile homes and was on his way to pick one up early in the morning and happened to see me on the side of the road about froze to death and stopped and picked me up, bought me breakfast and warmed me up and put me on my way. And that's when I learned that folks in South Georgia and North Florida were pretty damn good, you know, and kindly folk, and treat you neighborly, and that's one reason why I've been sticking around. There's some assholes, but generally, there's some pretty decent folk around here. It ain't just South Georgia, but North Florida too, because he was down around Monticello when he picked me up, and he rode me all the way to Thomasville. But so um 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 yeah, so folks need to get in their head, you know. Hopefully, you won't ever have to endure anything like that. But I know some folks already who have nice homes and things who are cold, and I don't know if they're going to freeze to death, but they're cold. And it's like, have they not been through this before? Or, you know, don't they know to go into a small room instead of trying to heat the whole freaking house? Don't they know? I mean, aren't there's certain things that, oh, by the way, have you seen this? Oh, warm your house for, instantly for pennies and you'll never have to do this thing again. And you know what it is, don't you? Did any of you know? What it is, and it is a simple thing. If you've got a couple of clay pots, you can do this, all right? But you have to be careful, because there are folks that are adding fans to these things, and you go adding a fan to this little thing that's supposed to just be a radiant heater kind of thing. So what it is you take one size of the clay pot, and one gets upside down and one is this way, and you put one of those little teacup candles in the bottom one, and you put the other one on top, and what it does is the tea candle heats up the clay pot, and that's what helps heat the room. Well, you're only going to get one candle worth, um, out of out of this setup. But there are folks that are like, ooh, new breakthrough. Now, new breakthrough, some of us folks have been doing similar things like that for years. But I've seen this one where this guy's got a galvanized elbow that you would use on a stovepipe. And he's got this, I don't know how many candles underneath this thing, but yet, candles emit carbon dioxide, you know. And if you're going to use this in a room, and he had a little fan on the end of it, and I was like, no, 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 that's going to make the flame want to lick up, and no, 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 if you want to do this, take a couple of make these little teacup thingies and put one over here and put one over there, but they're not going to heat your fucking house. I'm sorry. They're not going to heat your house. They will help heat your heat a room, but they're like selling you. There's the idea that they're selling is like, oh, you're going to be able to heat your home for pennies on the dollar. You know how many of these things you'd have to heat your home? There'd have to be three or four of them all around in every room. No, these little tea light things. So, because there's only so much heat that a candle is going to put out. Okay. Now you can use really small uh, clay pots. They, I had a friend of mine, well, Marcia, before she died, she had one of these, and I played with it. We tried different sizes of pots, and if you got the pot too big, it didn't heat up a lot. So therefore, the heat that went into the room, so you were better off with actually a slightly smaller pot. So the candle um, really heated it up, where you wouldn't burn yourself, but you wouldn't want to hold your finger on the pot, and so it really put out a decent amount of heat. But it still only helped in this small area. So this idea that these clay pot heaters with fans on them is somehow going to revolutionize, how home heating is done. Terracotta pots and a small fire. Yeah, that's it. Oh, well, for my friend Marcia, she loved candles. Okay. And they're really nice. If you do them right, they make really nice candles. They really do. And they flicker and do, and they do help put out some heat. But she liked them for the candles, not just the heat. She used them in the summertime because she just liked them. But she had candles going all the time. But in the wintertime, it was just convenient for her to use those clay pots and her normal candles. So, but this idea though that, so get some of them. But, she had a big room that she was trying to heat as well. And I was like, go in your bedroom, crawl under the covers, put one on either side of the bed because you love candles anyway. And if you're going to burn a candle, at least put one of those things over it to recover some of the heat that's just kind of going up. So, absolutely. And so they work for her, especially for the candles. And like I said, they did put out some heat, but I can't believe that what some of these people are trying to sell is like, the best thing since sliced bread. It's like, oh my God, please, will you stop? But anything for a buck these days, right? But they do work. And depending on, how careful you are, it's like me. What I have done in the past is put brick on top of my stove, and I've got a big ass radiator that sits this close to, to my big wood cast iron stove. And behind that big cast iron stove is another big cast iron radiator. So when I fire up my stove, it heats up two radiators and this big cast iron by itself. And plus, I got a bunch of pipe that goes up and then through my bathroom. So all that heat is being reclaimed into the house. So, you too can stay warm if you plan it, you know. But there are some folks that are electric houses, and they got the certain different types of heat, sometimes propane, and depending. I use my pellet stove and blankets. Yeah, a pellet. Oh, pellet stove. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, but since I have planned, and I've got my big cast iron stove, I've been heating with wood forever. And I cut my one oak tree down over here, and I got another one I need to cut down over here too. I saw it the other day, and I need to cut it before it gets any taller. So I'm gonna have, if it's cold into March, I'm gonna have, oak to burn. That's, right around here. You can't burn wood in California. No shit. I'd be breaking the law. I'd be breaking the law. You can't burn wood in Florida? I mean, in Cali? Good God Almighty. Then see, that right there, I'd be like, I'd have to move. I, north, south, east, or west, I would have to move. I can't burn wood. No, I'd have to move. That's all there is to it. Or go to jail, pay a fine. I would have to, because most of my life has been with campfires and stuff. And if I couldn't burn wood, nah. Because there was one year years ago when I worked a lot, and there wasn't near as much wood here on this property, and especially that I could get to. And so I was burning pallets and had great access to some really good oak pallets. And so I cut them up with my skill saw because I didn't have a chainsaw. And I cut up the boards with my skill saw, and I had rigged myself a heater. And right here where I'm sitting, basically, had the pipe that went up and out the hole up there. And, heated this place for a long time with that. And, um, picked up pallets along the side of the road, uh, went to the local places, and you know, some places had people to come and pick up their pallets or to return them, and then there were times when they got busted pallets. So, I'd talk with the manager and blah, 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 told him I was poor and what I was doing. And so well, there's a bunch of, broken boards back out there. You can have all that. Okay. And I'd go by with my, pickup truck once a week or so and see what they had. And I had 3 or maybe 4 places that I did on a regular basis, because the job that I had, I was working on. There was 150 rental houses that I was the maintenance man for, and so I was traveling around town. And I knew folks over here at this business and that one and this one, and because of buying parts and stuff for um, doing maintenance work. And I had other side jobs too. But so getting the pallets was easy. Yeah. It There are treated pallets, but mostly they're not. Really, what's the fine, Scotty, for burning on a no burn day? If it was cold, I'm going to be burning. 200 bucks. So you can burn pellets, but you can't burn wood. Is that true? You can burn pellets, but you can't burn wood. Well, can you burn a Duralog, for example? You know what I'm talking about? The fake logs you can put in the fireplace. Can you burn them? So you could burn a Duralog. Okay. Well, they don't produce any real smoke, and whatever the chemical is in them, that's one thing. Here's another tip. I found this out years ago. Yeah, they look for smoke coming out. So if yeah, okay, I got it. So that's why everybody's doing the smokeless stoves. I was wondering why everybody was into this smokeless stoves and blah blah blah. And I'm like, what, you know, who gives a crap about a little bit of smoke? because they're looking for it. I see. And that makes perfect sense. Um, oh, the trick. There are folks out there who, and I bought them back in the day, these little squares, and for camping. Now folks are like, they all the time, when you go in the woods, you got to find your little stick and you got to make a little thing. That's true. If you're going to start a fire and you got to make a little this and you got to, yeah, okay. Or you can get these little um these pre-treated sticks that they light real easy. And depending on how big they are and what type they are, they'll burn for a good while, and you can put all kinds of stuff on top of them, get your fire going for a while. Yeah, they don't really give off any warmth. But it depends. See, if you put some tin around them, the tin will get hot, and that will help. But but you can take one Duralog, which around here it's about, last time I checked was about $5 or $6. They're probably more now, but the last one I bought was $5 or $6. And you can get them on sale and blah blah blah, but at Walmart and whatever. But and I'll have to see how much they are this year. But I took one Duralog and cut it up into pieces, because the Duralog is, if you have these little pieces of it, you can tear them up and light them with your lighter. And you need to light a fire somewhere, even if it's wet outside or whatever, you can light an edge of just a piece of that Duralog and start you a really good fire. So, I bought a Duralog and cut it up into pieces. So, I'm not, somewhere I still got like 3/4 of that Duralog. And if I need to go start a fire or something, I can just go hack off some pieces of that thing and get me a fire. The other thing is, here around my place, I've got so much fat lighter, the pine fat lighter, that and some of it is really drippy. You put a fire up underneath it and it'll start dripping sap, and it'll catch on real good. But to stay warm with, and different situations. Now something else too, for example, I'm sitting right behind me, I've got this, yeah, you can see it over my shoulder right there. It's a big heating pad. It was $29, $25, something like that at Walmart, and it's nice and long, and it's got all kinds of settings. Now, if you was really cold and you didn't have a electric blanket, but you had a heating pad, and you got a little bit of electricity, you might not be able to run an electric heater, but can you run a heating pad? And you don't have to have a big one, but this one here is like, if I was to put it in the bed over there and turn it on, I'd be like in heaven. But I use it as a backrest here. And last night I was cold in here, and I turned it on and got nice and toasty from the um, heating pad, right? So electric blankets are about the same thing, but they're not. And my point is, if there are some people who will have a heating pad, but they don't have an electric blanket. So if that's the case, then use the damn the heating pad, right? Don't worry about it. And if it's that cold and that bad, snuggle up. So, but look, my dear friends, I have bored you long enough with this subject, but I'm hoping that what some of these folks are predicting is not going to turn out. But the way things just feel, God, there's something in the air. And I'm hoping that we all survive it. Um, my folks say that I'm too ornery to get rid of right away. I'm too ornery to get rid of. But years ago, when they gave me some of my visions that didn't mean anything to anybody else but me, kind of thing. Um, but things have been coming true on my end. Some of the visions of like that they showed me with the the natives on horseback, the braves on horseback. Two of them have come true, and I think the third one has come true also. And it's like there's only one left to go. And what I mean by that is they showed me things from the four corners, and there's one that just is absolutely. The other one is yep, and the third one is kind of working on it right now. I'm kind of it has to do with war. Okay, so it yeah, the answer actually is yes, and it happens to be east of me too, where the other things happened to the west, and one of the things happened in the south. So that's three of the four, corners of the horseman. So one more to go for me, as far as the prophecy that was shown to me, and like, okey doke. Now what? you know. So I'm kind of curious as to what it's going to be. Trying to remember. It probably has to do with the cold. Being north. What's north? The volcano was in the south. Fire was in the west with Maui, and the war in the east. So that's three of the four directions. So, but in my, what they showed me is that I will be here to show and teach folks how to do stuff, so that they will learn how to get by. And a little remote viewing. I have a place in mind tomorrow. Let's get together and see what you see. What is the A1415? What is that? What number? It looks like it's repeated 1, 2, 3 times. 1415, 1415. Oh, oh, you want me to focus on the number? I have tried remote viewing, and the I do. If somebody said, think about a person and see where they're sitting or see what they're doing, I have been pretty damn good at that. I haven't tried it, and because I don't have any subjects that are off in the distance who that would want to communicate with me that way, you know. Um, I usually have sat down, I know somebody, or we've at least talked on the phone, and and my granny and I used to do it all the time, and my my friend Sheila, when we did the experiments with me going to the radio station and astral body and stuff like that. So um, I know that I'm capable. All right, and I have had visions, that just sure enough they keep coming true. So 1415. If I don't forget. So okay, so I meditate on the number. Now, have you got something in mind with that number? Yeah, I was wondering about that. But I mean, is the number what is it? So you got something that the number means. Something that's referencing the number. Am I making sense? But I tried remote view and I tried sitting in with Max, and it's not associated with anything on your end. Because that's what I thought. It's just a number. Okay. See, now for me, if I was going to test somebody and they said, okay, I would pick something here around the house or something and say, okay, here's a number or here's a color. And say, I'll pick something here in the house and go, all right, so, and I'm just for example, my red coffee cup here. So I could say red, and I'll be looking at this coffee cup and go red and look at the coffee cup. And I won't give anything else but red. And so focus on red because I gave you that. What's red that I might be looking at or something? Just red. All right. The place I am thinking of has nothing to do with the number. Okay. Well, you've already given me a hint because now it's supposedly a place versus a thing. I have pretty much burnt that out. But yeah, I would like to try some and maybe we could try something, here one night. I was thinking how interesting it would be if we all met face to face. Yeah, I would like to just do a conference call thingy, that would be fun too. At least, since I'm way down here and y'all are all over the place up there. But I don't know if I can wait till 420 or not. Yeah, it would be lovely to sit around the fire. We can't be in damn California though, because then I'd get arrested. And as old as I am, it'd be nice if y'all could come here, but I wouldn't mind traveling if I could get my ass up. I'd love to, one of these days, I hope I'm going to make it to Barry's house and we're going to have a fire. That's Missouri. And I know there's some folks that are in Texas that wouldn't be too far from Missouri. It'd be closer than here. So with the remote viewing thing, what I was thinking about just the other day, Scotty boy, now that you sort of brought up this remote viewing thing, I was thinking, I remember when I used to have these experiments with people, and we would, for example, um, the radio station was somewhere where we both worked. And so Sheila was working the second shift and shut the station down during the week, and she kept falling asleep. So it's a long drive. Yep. I haven't got there yet, but I ain't giving up neither. Um, it just ain't worked out that way yet. You know, with limited income, and there are certain things that need to get done. And if I'm going to drive, I still need to get a brake job, and I still need to, even though I got parts, I still need to get up underneath my dash and fix my clutch thingy. And it's still working, but I need to get my brakes done. I really should get, I've got parts for to have my front end done, but I haven't been able, I've been laid up with the back thing. So there are certain things that I would really like to get done to my truck before I went on a long journey. But at the same time, yeah, I could limp it out there if I wanted to, I reckon. But at the moment, I got to recover. And so there are some days that are better than others. So, I'm not going to complain. Um, it has been a lot more difficult than I was hoping for, as far as my back surgery, but I ain't given up yet. But anyway, so, but hopefully, I have name dropped, I don't know Cliff High personally, but I know that, I've been listening to Cliff for a bunch of years, and he's been a lot right. And so if the numbers are saying that something's coming, then I'm gonna keep my ears and go. I wonder we don't know what it is. Just something. It's like the looming monster, from the looming monster from the future, is gonna show up and kick us. Limited income is the great break. Yeah, it's coming in another 20 minutes. I don't know if yeah, well, Scotty boy, I'm also dealing with things that were shown to me personally, and I've talked about them before, but, and like, like I just was with there are 5 riders on horseback, um, and one in each direction, and the main guy, the chief. And there's been some interesting notions and things like from horses. And he was on a black horse. And as he spoke to me, um, this white dove showed up in white buckskin on a white horse. And she had a black book with her, and it was the ledger. And she didn't jump off the horse, didn't slide off the horse. She was just on the ground. 1 minute she was on the horse, and 1 minute she was on the ground. It was interesting. And she spoke to the other brave and looked in my direction and opened up the book and said, "We are settled up to now." And they closed the book, and she gave the book to the brave, and he was on the horse all of a sudden. He was on the horse, but he was on the white horse. And as he got on the white horse, the other 4 horses came from the 4 directions. And there were people, their hair was tied to the horses' tails. And they were being pulled behind the horses. And as they did, the people screamed and cried out and lamented, and it was horrible. And but off in the distance of each of the directions, there were things that I saw, and one of them was a volcano. And a couple of years ago, that volcano that I saw in Guatemala. The night before, I was looking at it and had been drawn to it, and that next morning, the thing exploded, and everywhere that I had looked that night before, 6 hours was devastated, and the pyroclastic flow and all the people that died, and I was like, that was one. The fire in Hawaii, that was two. The warriors in Ukraine and also in Israel, that's three. And both of those are in the east, and some only lack in the north. So, but anyway, aliens are going to come from the north. But so for me, that's the prophecy that was shown to me personally years ago, and they're coming true. And so, how do I feel about that? Well, I'm having the conversation with y'all, and it's like, well, am I a prophet? Well, what they showed me has come to prophecy for me as these, Dave, we're going to show you this stuff. And when you see these things happening, you're getting close to the end or something. Oh, I have not. That's one thing that I have tried my best to avoid, because how I saw and what I saw in each of the directions, and what the pain and suffering that I heard that came from each, I did my best to try not ever to think about it. And when the volcano went off in Guatemala that couple of years ago, I was like, oh shit, oh shit, oh God Almighty. I mean, it was literally, I stayed up late looking on Google Earth, and I was just amazed somehow I'd been drawn. Creator sent me to Google Earth to go look at this area in Guatemala and around this volcano. There are two volcanoes in them and a valley between them. And I was really interested in that. And it was the volcano to the north, that the one that erupted. But when I woke up the next morning, there was all this footage, and I was like, but son of a bitch, I was literally going down the road with Google Earth, and riding down the road, and the road that I was driving down to look about what did the area look like. It was all devastated from the ash, and I freaked out. I just freaked out. I was like, no, 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 no. That did not just happen. I mean, it still gives me chills, that I was literally on the road, and there was a golf course and people in a little resort there in this valley just underneath it. And I had been going down the roads and looking at what was there, and gone, and all the people there too. So there's been some times for me that shit has been too real, on the mark, just oh my God. And I told my angel folks back when, I said, I really don't want to see the future. I really don't. I mean, because I'm a watcher and I've got all these channels that I monitor and things and stuff, because I do want to see what's going on. But as far as really seeing into the future, not like, well, they've already showed me enough, in my humble opinion, because I still have nightmares, and it's like 3 out of 4 has already happened. So I don't want to know what number 4 is. Now, what's interesting though, that number 1 has been several years ago, which is interesting. So, and I've kind of sort of tried to forget about it, right? But with all the other things happening, the fires in Hawaii recently, and the boats on fire in the water, and I did a video about the boats on fire. That was the boat's on fire. It wasn't just a fire, but it was the boat's on fire in that video that I saw of that marina burning and everything, and people diving in the water to try to get away. That was number two. And I wasn't sure about the Ukraine war because that war was one of the in the East. But when the Hamas thing happened with Israel, that settled it. That was like, that's okey doke. We got the Ukraine and Israel and the thing with Hamas and all. So there goes, there's 3 out of 4. you know, I don't like the odds, right? But there are still odds, right? I, Scotty boy, and I mean, this was like in 2012. This has been a bunch of years ago. This wasn't just like yesterday. They showed me this stuff for years, and I wrote it down. I wrote it was sort of almost like a manifesto, and printed it out and gave it to some people. I said, "There's going to be stuff coming." I wrote the story down, and I was like, it's going to be, um, there's going to be some things going to be kind of nasty, and you know, and I wasn't sure until seeing the things in the 4 directions. I didn't get it until recently. I just thought that there was gonna, that they were showing me, hey, Katniss, um, I got the idea that they were just showing me that there was gonna be fires and wars and things, not necessarily that they were gonna be, when I seen the fires in Maui, I realized, oh my God, that's the West. And then it made me look at the Ukraine war and go, well, that's East. But then Israel and that, and now I'm, uh-oh, that is the East, literally the Middle East. Uh-oh. It's kind of hard to ignore that one. And that has just really come to light because this is just happening. And this happened so many years ago. And like I said, I've been trying to forget it. But here's the thing, that all these things in what they showed me is happening. Holy crap. you know, oh, holy crap. So I'm really curious now that this, as I'm sitting here trying to decipher this, okay, it took several years for the first one to manifest itself, meaning the volcano. And I'm always watching things, and I'm always watching the news. And if something like the fire in Maui, when I saw it, the burning boats, it was immediately boom. That was the West. There, I didn't have to think about it. I was like, oh shit. That was, and even though it's been 3 or 4 years, 4 years maybe, since the volcano thing. So now that the fires were just recently, a couple of months ago, the um the war in the Ukraine's been going on for a year. And that was sort of like, maybe, but like I just said, I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry. But when the Israel thing happened, I was like, oh man. So, but the Israel thing and the Maui fires are only a couple of months apart. But the volcano was 4 years ago. So 2 things really close together, and 1 thing years ago. So it's interesting. I'm trying to decipher this. What's the timeline for if there's something coming out of the north? You know, is it going to be in a month? Is it going to be in 4 more years? I don't know. All I know is that I'm gonna I'm gonna be a little bit more aware. Not that I haven't been, but um, I just haven't been concentrating on having what they showed me being fulfilled. I just like, okay, it was a dream, it was a vision, and probably never come true, blah, 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 blah. But now I'm sitting here looking at y'all going, boy, this is weird. So and also what's weird is the fact that it was in 4 different directions from my location. And not quite due south of me, but pretty damn well south of me, you know. I won't be here, but I will have one hell of a time while I am. Yep. I'm going to do the best I can until it's over, you know. Not trying to cash in anytime soon. We coming up on a 20, ain't we? Yeah, and the real 420. And then I'm going to let y'all go. But 1415, huh? A 1415. All right. I'll try to remember that tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to keep having adventures, Scotty boy. You know, that's how I look at it. I'm really hoping that, you know, that 3 out of 4 stays there, that there ain't no fourth, you know, because the Maui fires were bad enough. And what I saw and the people and the screaming and the pain and the death and the same thing with Hamas and Israel, you know, I could hear the people screaming and the death and the blood and the gore. I mean, was in 2012. And I've been carrying those sounds and sights for all of these years now. I guess next year, 2012, for the first time I could. You're actually having a good time. Well, that's cool. If it weren't, if I, you know, I was having issues with my back. You all bit know about that, and I volunteered to have it operated on. And I wish that it had, you know, but I don't regret it. I just wish it, you know, it would have turned out differently. Um, but you know, there's still time for healing. So in life and all that it is, it's still an adventure. Going in the hospital and all that kind of stuff and having the opera, that was an adventure. That was almost worth it just to find out what it was going to be like. And you know, Scotty, what you just said right there is when I pulled the Swan card the other night, and that Swan is about grace. And Swan asked Dragonfly how to get into the dream time. And the Dragonfly said, you have to accept what Great Spirit offers without trying to change it. Hey, Esty, good gracious me. It is good to see you too. Holy mackerel, it's been a while, hasn't it? Swan, as the ugly duckling, is like, you know, um, I got nothing to lose to the Dragonfly. And that she told Dragonfly, I promise to abide by whatever it is that the Great Spirit has in store for me. And I promise to abide by, you know, that. And Dragonfly said, that's the right answer. And there was a whirlpool that came off of the pond that the ugly duckling was in. And all of a sudden, the ugly duckling disappeared in the whirlpool. And a couple of days later, the swan appeared. And Dragonfly said, my goodness, where have you been? And Swan said, I've been in the dream time. And Dragonfly said, well, what did you learn? And Swan said, I learned that to accept what the Creator and the Great Spirit had in store for me, and that I agreed to it, and that the Creator said that to accept the grace that is given. And so here's this ugly duckling transformed into the beautiful swan, and Swan learned to accept grace. I did not stay there to hear the card reading. No, but you reminded me of the word grace, and it has showed up several times. So by when you mentioned it, it was like, oh, there, that's got to be part. But that's the having pulled cards. Um, I always find that that story, accepting grace, and in life and how we are, we can fight, you know, and we can get into internal tussles with ourselves, and we can get into tussles with other people too, about religion and blah blah blah. But when we find out what's good for us and we can follow it and trust it and learn to trust it, like I'm always saying, accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And when you literally start learning how to do that, and I'm still learning, I am a shaman in training. I still have not learned how to do all the things I would like to learn. But at the same time, I am grateful and accept the grace from the Spirit for what I do know and what I have learned. And I continue to pray that I will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And that I'll continue to, you know, get plagued by things in the middle of the night, like, now, like, get on, little boy, and let's talk about something. My, my shaman is showing, oh, it's a 20. It's actually 420, my friends. And I do every day. There's a little something else to learn. There's a little nugget somewhere. Yeah, my phone, my I was talking to you, dang it. Yeah, and I have to put a new battery in my clock over here because it's running 3 minutes late. But I'm not supposed to be smoking, so don't tell my heart doctor, right? But if it kills me, it's your fault. It'll be your fault. Scotty boy will go,
Whoa, son of a bitch.
but I'm getting sleepy. And even though I got my battery charged up, it's been 4 hours. And so I'll have be having to plug the phone back in. And the way that I have to stand it up here to do this, I can't plug it in because the charger is like right down here, but it's sitting on where the charger goes. So, but anyway, so with winding up what been talking about for the last 4 years, many years now, but 4 hours, is that there are many things out there, and they are peddling. Folks are peddling the fear, and as I've said for many years now, stay out of the chaos of that, because the bad guys want to put that chaos in you and on you in so many ways. I was listening. It was one of the channels had a clip of The View, and what them ladies was spouting. And I'm like, the amount of lies that these people get away with telling millions of people every day is just astounding. And the fact that people believe it and eat it up, and it's just, oh my God, they've got a cult going with the ladies from The View because of how they preach and the Trump is bad and blah, 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 and BDD, and oh my fucking God. And that there are, you hear the crowd cheering. Oh man. So how many people really believe this? And how many would, and where do they live? So I don't go bother them. And so I won't go down their street, I'll stay out of their neighborhood. But the idea though that there are all these people, across the wide United States that tune in and listen to The View. So there must be somebody, and some of these people believe the lies that them ladies are touting. And it's like, oh man, do we have a problem here? So, um, with all like yesterday, I think it was, well, it'd be Thursday, not Friday, because yesterday now is Friday. But they were talking about how Trump had still the January 6th and how he had incited a riot. Now, we have all had an opportunity to see some of this January 6th footage that is out there now for everybody to see. And I don't see it. So did he incited a riot? Where was the riot? Well, there was this one place over here but everything else was like, pretty good. Yeah, she actually can. At one time I used to think she was pretty decent, but she's turned into an old hag. I mean, she literally has. She's turned into a huge dumpy old hag and bitter. Ooh, you know, and it's oh my goodness. But the outright lies that Joy Behar was spouting, I was like, that's not true. Oh, and he this, and there were people that stormed the White, and they, and it's like, have you not seen the video that's out there? So they were acting like they hadn't seen the videos that have been released. Or maybe they don't believe the videos that were released, and that there was still this insurrection that what made the insurrection was so bad that Trump is Hitler. I'm sorry, but after all this time, almost 4 years now, 3 years in January, right? That they have been pushing this, prosecuting people, and they're still telling the same lie. They're still and the fact that they're getting away, the fact that nobody's calling them out pisses me off, you know. I mean, Rubin Report, they showed this and some other folks and Blaze and, but as far as anybody else in the industry or other commentators in the big news or whatever that are, like calling them out and going, no, that's not true. I'm sorry, but that's, there have been a couple of attempts, but nobody's really trying. And is it because the 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 View itself, the entity of the View, which is the women and the program and ABC, I think it is, and so is it because of what it is? It has a power all of its own that is the View. You know what I mean? in an odd, weird, kind of kinky way. Come on, feel the noise. Yep, yep. I can. Anyway, but so Cliff says that this hyper, hyper something is going to be in full swing, and folks and we're also getting this energy from the galaxy, that all of these things are in full swing right now, and we're going into the winter solstice. So we've got a combination of things that are going to be happening, energetic wise, having nothing to do with the rest of this stuff. So stay out of the war, you know, you keep an eye on it. Um, any killing to anybody in any direction is bad. Let's just stay in our heart. There you go. Stay is in your heart. Yep, stay in your heart. Stay in your heart that, we're going to continue to send prayers to the folks on either side who are getting hurt. You know, they're both wrong if they're shooting at each other, in my humble opinion. And so um, let's stay in our hearts, because with the season that's coming up, there's going to be a lot of people who might not be able to um, take care of anybody, buy presents for their kids or food or whatever. So if you see anybody that's in need this year, you know, help them out if you can, even if it's just a little bit. Um, and the season's here, but the closer we get to Christmas, it's going to intensify, and people always get in a frenzy, and and little kids are watching television, and and mama, because I had issues when I was working when I was a younger man, and I had three kids to try to buy presents for, and it was all I could do, to put food on the table and to pay the rent, and it was difficult. And so it the toys and things were very simple, but they had something. And so it wasn't what was on TV, you know. We barely had a TV, a little black and white thing, and could only pick up two stations back in those days. But we made it. And but kids these days, with all the the all of the, you can see stuff everywhere, not like it was back in 40 years ago. um oh mommy, I want that, or wouldn't it be nice to have that thing? And of course toys are outrageous now, and so's everything else. So, you know, so if mom or dad can't afford something, and they would really like to buy some for their children, and they got more than one, I mean, so the issue still stands. 40 years later, people are still having issues because there's not enough money to go around for them to buy presents for their children or whatever. And that in so many ways, Christmas time has a tendency to press upon people to, well, it's Christmas time, and I should give presents out to people. Which there's nothing wrong with that, you know. And boy, if I had the money, I wish I could buy presents for, and and so as Christmas time comes, there is this pressure, well, my kids or my friends or whatever, you know what I mean? But then the inability to be able to do it is what hangs a lot of people up this time of year. So we need to help these folks out this time of year ahead of time. If you see somebody snowballing before we get there, kind of thing, worrying about how they're going to pay for it, worrying about this or that, tell them to take a deep breath. You know, we Most of us make it through every season. You know, this will be 71 years old, And that means I've made it through 71 Christmases. So, you know, ho, 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 ho. For me, I was just looking at it as like, well, my white beard, if I did my hair, I could almost be a Santa Claus. Insanity Claus. Here, I'm your Insanity Claus. I appreciate a slinky. Oh, yeah, slinkies were cool back in the day, even though got it tangled up. Oh, and untangling them sons of bitches when they got corkscrewed. Our problem was we didn't have any stairs. We lived in Florida. We were 2 steps off the ground from the house. What? You know, so it went guinea, guinea, and that was it. And then you'd have to do it over again. Guinea. So we would stack up books and stuff to try to get it to gadoo, badoo, badoo, to do the slinky thingy. Yeah, that was fun. All right, well, listen, my friends, it's been a fun time hanging out again, as always. And, you know, just keep an eye on the future. And it's going to be wavy. It's going to have its, remember me and I've talked about being in the inner tube now all these years. And here we are. We still need our inner tubes, our PFDs at least, you know, learn how to tread water. As far as I said about what my prophecies are, it would be interesting if anybody has any foresight after I talked about it, Scotty boy. It's like, I wonder what's in the north. You know, there was the fire in the west, Israel in the east, and the volcano in the south. Anybody want to do a future thought? What could be in the north of this, you know, vision that I had all those years ago? And I'm sitting here going, you know, um, at this moment, you know, when was the fire? How many months ago? 3. So there's like 4 months between. Uh, The Ukraine war is like, eh, but the Israeli conflict is absolutely. When I saw pictures of what was going on, it absolutely fit the picture I had seen them years ago. So, but if you have any remote viewing, 1415. If you have any remote viewing that's like, dang, I saw something coming out of the north, let me know. I'd be just curious, you know, because we're all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. And we all need to stick together strictly, simply because of that. You know, that we agree on a lot of stuff, but we agree in spirituality. We agree in truth. We agree, you know, that, you know, to help other folks and to not be greedy. You know, there are just things that we have learned and that we have learned who we are and that we practice being who we are. And so the absolute big thing and wonderful thing to do is we're all human beings together is to keep that prayer going. Don't give up, don't give in. Saw another interview with Anthony Hopkins the other day, and he's like 92 or something. I was like, oh my God, I knew he was getting old because I'm getting old, you know, but he's doing really well for his age. And, you know, and he's part of the Charistas group, you know, and it's so like, you go, Mr. Anthony Hopkins, you. And he said to believe, and to have faith. And I was like, that's what he has said on Dante's channel. So it's like, yes, you know, and there's something about him. It's like, don't give up, don't give in, believe. Yep. Have faith. And as, you know, as Ugly Duckling found out to become a swan, to accept what the Great Spirit has for us. And that's to accept and receive it. And that includes knowledge and the healing and the wisdom and the blessings from the universe. And therein we receive our grace. Yeah, when he died yesterday, Michelle, I noticed it today and it was like, Henry's dead? What? There aren't rockets going off, you know? Have, you know, there aren't there banners flying? You know, Henry's finally dead. Thought he would never freaking pass, you know? Yesterday, huh? But Thursday, this is Saturday now, but yeah, we get it. All right, my friends. Thank you so much, honestly, for being my friends and for us hanging out. And you know, one of these days I'm going to get this computer fixed or get another one. You know, limited income, but the cell phone still works. So, and we're still able to communicate. And to me, that's what matters most. So, I love you all and take care. It's Saturday now. There's a Michigan and Iowa are playing. Um, I'd like to see Iowa whoop Michigan. Just saying, because I'm rooting for Ohio State and Georgia State at the same time. But anyway, so I love you. Be sweet and keep it between the ditches, my friend. Oh, I, I forget how to turn this thing on. Oh, there we go. All right. Be sweet. Cheers, everybody. Okay. Are you want to stop streaming? Yes. Okay. Till later, alligator.